Hey, Tayo. Andrew, shouldn't you be in school?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
How was Easter?
Palm Sunday for me.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
You saw that Babylon Bee article I linked?
Afraid not.
Um, God confirms rapture will happen 1 week late for the Orthodox.
Yeah.
I think this kitty is hungry. Give me a second.
Okay. Will we ever solve the calendar dispute? Not until the Messiah comes.
So,
So,
what's up?
nothing too much. Bunch of like little things. As an aside, I've been going through your series on Jonah. Yeah, and you said there was an interesting Rashi on second chapter of Jonah.
There is?
Yeah, it mentioned something about like Joseph and whatnot. So
I do not remember this, but I can always look.
mhm.
You don't remember which verse, do you?
Verse 1 question mark. It's either 1 or 2.
Rashi. Uh, um, not on verse 1. Uh, there is no Rashi on verse 2. Verse 3. Yeah, you lied to me.
You are on chapter 2, yeah?
Yep. I'm looking through like basic all of the Rashis in chapter 2. In fact, I just went through all of the Rashis. The Rashis on Yona on Safaria are all translated to English.
Mm.
Yeah, Rashi is generally available for free online. Are you sure I said Rashi?
You're gonna make me watch the video again, huh? Yep.
Not my fault.
Yeah.
1 week after normal rapture, ecclesiocentric language. Well, a lot of people were pointing out that the Orthodox don't believe in the rapture,
Mhm.
as far as I know. Do you believe in the rapture, Andrew?
I do not believe in the rapture. Will all be poofed up into heaven? Nah.
I don't believe in the rapture either.
I just started the video with Joseph and Vanderklay.
The God 1, God 2 one.
Yep.
That's a good one.
Yep. From what I've heard, like modern orthodoxy seems a lot like scholasticism for us Christians. Is that?
I'm not sure a lot of the modern Orthodox would appreciate that, but I mean, I generally say modern Orthodox is just reform with the brakes on. So I'm not exactly a huge fan of modern Orthodoxy. I mean, I would be unfair if I were to say that a lot of modern Orthodoxy is from birth, meaning people who grew up religious, who look at the other, think the grass is greener on the other side and want to like modernize Judaism, not realizing what all the problems of actual modernity is, because the fact is a lot of modern Orthodoxy is in fact people who have embraced Orthodox Judaism, um, recognizing all the problems of modernity, but at the same time, I think there are people who just generally are not willing to go whole hog on the whole, oh, you mean if I believe in God, that means I believe in miracles? And like it's going to require me to do things that I prefer not to do, and it's not just it's like modern Orthodox Judaism is like Jordan Peterson's type of Christianity, which is like, oh, we'll do all of the stuff that we agree about, and none of the stuff that requires us to actually do things we may not necessarily find palatable. And that's how you end up with this monstrosity called open orthodoxy, which is, I mean, it's just reform. It really is, and it's they're trying to ordain women and have gay marriages and uh,
Mm.
I blame you.
Yeah,
All your fault. Did you listen to Sam's conversation with Cassidy?
I don't think so. No. Cassidy, you said?
Yes. So Cassidy runs the Information Addict channel, and she's still pretty active in this little corner, but she was even more active when she was living in the United States and not married to Ferdy. She's one of the so she and Ferdy converted to Orthodox and got married, like Shelley and Nate, who also converted to Orthodox and got married, and now have a kid. So they're like the success stories of this little corner.
Mm. What was the interview on?
So you know Sam, right?
Yep.
So Sam was talking about being a Unitarian and this little corner and having discussions. And so you remember when we were at Biola, Richard pointed out Fred Sanders' office. Fred Sanders got an honorable mention as he was involved in excommunicating Sam.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, apparently he's like considered the evangelical defender of the Trinity, um, which makes Sam not happy, obviously. And not the monarchical Trinity or the Miaphysite Trinity either.
I've been reading that re-examining Chalcedon book.
How are you going to become Catholic if you're a Miaphysite?
Yeah, it's yeah. I am in such a weird place. I don't think it's like I'll go to Coptic Club, right?
Mm.
And people at Coptic Club who know me well will say, "Oh, are you planning on being like a deacon or something?" Right? Because I love the hymns from Vespers
Mm.
because I've been like going there regularly, and you know I'm Protestant and I've been going through all this theology stuff. What's the opposite of FFB?
BT.
Yeah, BT. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And I tell them like, you shouldn't be asking me that, right? I'm a catechumen. I'm not even baptized. You shouldn't be talking about me being a deacon.
Yes,
You
but
know?
how many of those people even know the word Miaphysite?
I don't think they do.
I know they don't.
Yeah. Yeah. And then with my deacon friends from Vespers,
Mm. How many
some of
of
them,
those guys know Miaphysite?
some of them, I think.
Some of them,
Yeah,
I
I can,
think.
yeah, I can mention Chalcedon and they'll like know what that means. Like, oh, we left after Ephesus, you know.
How many of them think that Chalcedonian Christians are not really Christian?
None of them. Like all of them view East Orthodox as their brothers. Like
I'm guessing 90% of them think 90% of them think all Christians are their brothers and couldn't. Really?
No.
Maybe not the deacons, but the Coptic club people. Come on.
No. I'm
Really?
serious. Yeah, legit. You have like, they seriously do not like Protestants.
Okay.
Which I understand.
So Catholics, fine, as long as half of the world is, yeah. So this is the easy thing about counting the Catholics as Christians. Then you can hate any other Christian you like. You're still in the majority in your own mind. And that's really important to people.
Yeah.
Sandy says, Andrew T., do you mean Jonah 2:1-2, talking about how God sustained the fish?
I mean, it sounds interesting if you got something on that.
I don't remember what I said. Michael said, I'd argue Peterson is using that tactic while ultimately smuggling serious mysticism. Well, considering I am all in favor of serious mysticism, I don't mind.
Have you watched Deeper Into the Weeds with Pajo Vervaeke Peterson?
If it wasn't recent, yes, I have. Like if it wasn't in the past week, yes, I have.
Okay. Yeah.
Kezi has a question. Do you let your friends know about TLC?
No, I don't really, because I think there's significant context to TLC that makes it hard to just jump into this stuff.
I've been ribbing Andrew and Richard about starting some sort of estuary in this part of Los Angeles.
I think at UCLA that would be a not so good idea. A lot of the Protestant clubs here already try filling that niche. I think they do it horribly, but I don't know.
Well, if they do it horribly. No, part of the reason, I mean, what I have been advocating to John Van Donk, and of course he doesn't listen to a thing I say, but one of the things I've been advocating is that as opposed to being auxiliaries to churches, we should in fact be auxiliaries to universities.
On-ramp conversation, how would you describe it to your boys?
Your boys. You have boys, Andrew?
If I were describing it to my roommates, both of whom are secular materialists, right? I would say...
So they're monophysites?
Monophysite, not in the good sense. Usually when people say monophysite, they mean like only divine, right? If Christ is just a man, who cares, right? But yeah, you can... saying Christ is only man is also technically monophysitism, I guess. But yeah.
I guess Sam is a monophysite.
Yeah. How would I describe it to those guys? I would say this little corner is I'd say this little corner began as an interest in salience and how your oh,
Okay, so how I describe this little corner to people is I say it's an ecumenical group of Christians, Muslims, and Jews who are having serious discussions about evolutionary psychology and the role of religion.
Sorry, there's just people coming over.
How dare you have people around you in your dormitory? Dorms are not supposed to have people in them.
Yeah, it's crazy. Where'd they all come from?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'd say it started off as an interest in salience, and I love Vervaeke's term of relevance realization, and the role of narratives and ecologies of practices in shaping and understanding your salience landscape. And this has morphed into a serious dialogue with existing wisdom traditions, and the dialogue between wisdom traditions, which is absolutely amazing.
Absolutely amazing.
I describe it very differently to a group of Christians, though. It is absolutely amazing. Like establishing a shared language between the secularist, the philosopher, and the religious types. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
I have no clue what Zach is saying. Peterson is better than PBK?
No,
Or
leads
Peterson?
to.
Oh, I see. Leads to Prophet Zacharias, leads to Cult in the Desert, leads on War on Burning Man, leads to War on Modern World Globalists, leads to Peace in the Middle East, leads to Reagan Bush 84. Reagan Bush 84? I don't even understand what Reagan Bush 84 refers to.
Yeah.
You weren't even born in 1984. Neither was Zach.
Yeah. How much can I disagree with the Catholic Church on doctrinally? That's
And
the
still be a
question.
Catholic?
Yeah.
I assure you, you could go through the entire catechism class and they will never ask you about Miaphysitism.
They'd still bring up diophysitism, though.
They would?
Yeah, of course.
There's, which creed can't you say? The Niceo-Chalcedonian?
You're thinking of Niceo-Constantinopolitan. I wouldn't be able to say Chalcedon.
as far as I know, all the Ashuri leaders are either Christians or Christian-ish. I don't know that there's any Jewish Ashuri leaders. I am pretty sure there are no Muslim Ashuri leaders. The reason I won't do Ashuri is because I think the moderator has to be a moderate person, and that's not me. Yeah, what's his name wanted to create an Ashuri, I'm pretty sure. Teddy. Teddy's Christian. He lives in Israel.
Yeah, kind of off topic, but one reason why I've been hesitant to engage with like the Muslim crowd is that it seems, well, from what I've seen, they're still in the Dawa conversion mindset. I know you've been in this corner longer than I have. Is that what you see? Or?
Yeah. So the Muslims who get involved in discussion generally are evangelists, evangelical types. Hello, Chazi.
What's up, guys?
Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach indeed. So late.
How is Chol HaMoyed?
I am enjoying the holidays. It is fun to see. It is fun to see people on the streets in Israel, even though it's a tense situation right now from security reasons, and people are enjoying themselves. It's beautiful to see. Spending time with the family, chilling with my daughter over here right now.
How old is your daughter?
My daughter is going to be 2 in the summer.
Wow.
Wonderful.
You know, she's a real mush. Thank God. So I thought I would join you guys for a bit. Just say hey. I'll preface this by saying that we can only talk about this for 2 minutes. I don't want to get into a whole discussion about this. But I appreciate, not because I'm not interested. I just don't want to, we discussed it. But I want to appreciate your Umpolis video that you sent. And I'm glad that, I think it's also a good example of there was a conversation. We didn't start that conversation, obviously. It's been going on for a while, but we engaged it again. And then there was, people talking about it. And then you brought it up again sort of to re-examine where you were, just to clarify your position. So I just think it's fantastic to do things that way, and you don't really get to do that often. Even if you think about that, we don't allow ourselves the room to do that in a conversation. So sometimes in a relationship, you could get upset at someone and just you have this long drawn out process of till you get back to them, talk to them again, and maybe you misunderstood me. No, let's clear up the air. So it's beautiful to see. That's just number one. Number two.
Did you see that Paul Vanderplay clipped our discussion on his Vanderclips page?
What's a Vanderclip page?
So he has a YouTube channel where he clips things that he wants for future reference, to possibly use in some of his videos. And he took a 2-hour clip from our discussion.
Well, I'm just asking. That sounds like sort of like a private collection of his then. No?
Well, people are subscribed to that channel.
Oh, it's on his channel. I got you. I'm like, why do people have that? Are you letting me know that people hacked his thing? They're like, this is what he's looking at. Okay.
No. People do watch things on the Vanderclips channel, and there's actually a lot of comments on our discussion on the Vanderclips channel, which you might find interesting.
Cool. So no, I didn't see that he clipped that, but I did mention to him in some live stream. I said he was on. I wrote to him that he might enjoy it. So I guess he saw it. Either way, um, I wanted to just discuss for a moment. Like I said, a moment. We don't have to get into this. I want to make sure I understand you correctly. So, because ultimately, I think we agree. Putting aside the actual amount of years of the creation from the creation of the earth, um, are you generally saying that? I know it sounds simplistic once you say it this way, but you are very okay engaging at times in a scientific conversation in a scientific context, and many times in a theological context. Sometimes there could be a cross pollination when you're discussing both of these terms. However, one should try to be wary when mixing these terms together. Generally
I
speaking.
think you should always, always, always distinguish between what you know based on Torah and what you know based on the scientific method, because there are uh, these are different ways of knowing.
Right, but so let's just a little deeper then. Even if you hold that there's your truth of X thousand years towards the creation of the earth. Okay,
5,783. You know what the number is, Hezi.
I
It's
know the number
all
is,
over the place.
and it's on my ketubah, on my marriage well, not well,
Yes, it
your marriage
is.
certificate, which I'm very proud of, and I'm fine looking at the world in the view. But you, just to clarify, there's a truth to the there's also a truth to the scientific claim. It's just a different kind of truth.
It's no. So this is the thing. I so when I saw the discussion in the Talmud about Betzivionam, I
Mhm.
didn't need Betzivionam, which is Omphalos as it's discussed in the Talmud. I didn't need that, but when I saw it, I was like, "Oh, this makes perfect sense." God
Okay,
created the world 5,783 years ago, Betzivionam, in its fullness.
I let's take a more well. You would think that would be extreme enough, but um, um, okay. So maybe I think it's something with Alexander the Great. I think he's quoted there. But the Gemara, the Talmud talks about the world being round, or discusses its shape being round potentially, and that is influence from. And I mean, it's funny also that they mention Alexander the Great. There's a Hellenistic cross pollination there as well, and they're aware of that. Now we know the world is round now. Do if we found out the world was square for some odd reason, even though the Talmud discussed it being round, that doesn't shake my religious. Okay, I'm turning it off. She's not liking my attitude right now, or my discussion, I guess. Um, my point being, I don't need science to validate religion to me.
I agree.
Okay. However, religion still, and the Bible, it not being a scientific book, religion is still being discussed with people, and people see the world through a scientific lens as well.
Correct. And I don't always lead with the world is 5,783 years old. Yet, at the same time, I am not uncomfortable with explaining that for religious reasons, I am perfectly willing to put aside Occam's razor. Right? Occam's razor is convenient in science, but that's because I know enough of philosophy of science to know there's a difference between Occam's razor and whether or not you take your antibiotics. Yet there are people who will flatten like epistemology to the point where, oh, if you don't believe, if you believe the world is 5,783 years old, then you must believe that antibiotics don't work either. And it's like, no, I actually have a very complex theory of epistemology, and it works far better than Sam Harris's scientism. And in many ways, I would argue I understand science better than he does. I don't care if he does have a PhD in neuroscience.
Okay, so we're in agreement there, and I think you articulate that beautifully. So now I would say explaining to children, right? And like you hear John Vervaeke talking about, different ways of knowing, or explaining to children different ways of knowing. There's a way to do that, through our tradition. We have that built in. Right? But you were mentioning about how the Talmud talks about how one shouldn't learn metaphysics or the story of creation by himself at a certain age. I ultimately saying, does that need to change? Does that age instead of 40 need to be 30? And this is the constant engagement you'd want a sort of rabbinic leaders to have, or leaders in general, with their text at the same time with their congregation and population, and seeing like what is it that was required from us to be.
Chezi,
Yes, go ahead.
This really goes back to, I mean, in a very real sense, look, the Baal Shem Tov completely changed who speaks about Masa Bereshit and who talks about Masa Merkava, right? These things which were, in fact, not to be spoken of in public at all, are being spoken of in public a lot, right? Yes.
So pause right there. So beautiful. I should have mentioned this last time. And you're correct, right? So you have the secrets of, the universe that were once hidden, and from master to pupil. Now you have it written on the sides of cars, and people throwing around ancient Aramaic, phrases and chants in daily conversation.
Madonna
However,
is studying Kabbalah, Rahman al-Islam.
Okay, right. However, it seems that within the land of Israel, within multiple different groups, within ones that are in power, this seemingly did not make it through, right? Or we just have like this shell of it, unfortunately, and not the real substance. And it's very hard still to people to connect to that substance. And now you have a Zevi Slavin, for example, that does a Seekers of Unity, right? That to better shine a light and describe mysticism, specifically Kabbalah. He's using all this Christian and Western and Greek jargon, right? Sort of to have this conversation, and you have millions of people, thousands, tens of thousands of people watching it. I engage people that are religious people that are hearing this, and for the first time, they're like, "Oh wow! Like, why was I not seeing this?" And I know that you and I could look at a Zohar verse and then read some commentary and have a 3-hour discussion on this. But think how you got to check your privilege in a certain extent, even having like a little corner like this where you just get to like have these kind of conversations. But it's not. And this is someone who has illustrated, graphic novels for children of Tanya, right? So I would look at that being a version of that being distilled. Yet you still look at people. Yeah,
right.
Go on.
But when you have whoever's teaching first grade, right? It's not obvious that the person who you have teaching your kid first grade can have these discussions with your first grader.
So, first of all, Vadai, obviously. So, this is true to the population at large and to Judaism specifically. So, yes, it's from the rabbis till the educators till the community. But is there a want for this? Do we feel that people, could It's seemingly you're saying people won't necessarily be able to handle it.
Yeah, I think somebody at lower stage of development. I mean, uh, when you look at Piaget's ages, right? And David Walker, to answer what you said, if you don't need science to validate religion, then you don't need religion to validate science. Wrong. It's actually the other way around. And this is one of the things that I've been trying to explain is politics should not interfere with religion. Religion very much should dominate politics. Politics should not. Science should not. I don't need science to validate religion. Science is impossible without religion. I don't believe in a God I can see through a microscope or a telescope. I believe in a God a belief in a God that belief is a necessary prerequisite to open my eyes at all, much less look through a microscope or a telescope. It's all you, Andrew.
It's all me.
It's all you.
It's all me. I think that Viveki language would be very helpful here.
How would the Viveki language be helpful?
You know, explaining this concept of salience, right? You're not standing from nowhere. When you look in a telescope or microscope, you see the stars. You don't see nth computation or nth permutation of whatever area of space, right? Like, I don't look at the stars and see, hey, that's a really nice black spot right there, you know? I don't know. Viveki's go for
But
it.
Andrew, okay, you're not one of the dumbest people on earth.
But
You
I'm not.
can understand Viveki language. I don't know if you listened to when Viveki was on Grimm's channel, and Grimm said, "How would you explain this to somebody at Walmart?" And Viveki said, "I wouldn't." This is part of the problem of Protestantism, and I hate to beat on this drum so much. There is a sense of egalitarianism, which says that if this is something that Andrew can understand and Heisey can understand, then it's something that everybody at Walmart should be able to understand. And that's just plain false. You are one of the smartest people in the world. I am one of the smartest people in the world. And Fezzi is one of the smartest people in the world. And if what we can discuss has to also be understood by an average, perfectly fine person, in order for us to have that discussion, then we might as well require everybody to wear hobbles, some sort of intellectual hobbles. I keep on saying, if you had dropped a nuclear bomb on every single University of California and California State University campus, you would not have done as much damage as when they decided last year, 2 years ago, to remove the SAT requirement for those campuses. Because all it takes is one person in your class who cannot understand, who just is not capable of understanding what your teacher is trying to teach, that it will drain all of the resources that your teacher has in trying to teach whatever he is teaching.
I mean, it doesn't hurt when you use more language and more people are able to connect.
If they are able to connect. But it does hurt when you start using language that people can't understand. And that's part of the problem in distributed cognition, is having having jargon used to much more effectively police police people speaking about things they actually understand.
Mhm.
Whereas now on Twitter, right, people talk about things they can't even spell. But now that Twitter, some computer is spelling for them, it doesn't show that they don't know this word, right?
Mhm.
If I write myophysite with an F, that says something about my understanding of what that word is,
Mhm.
right? And this egalitarianism that Martin Luther ushered in is absolutely destructive to effective distributed cognition.
Okay. So the way I'm gonna take this is that learning multiple languages is in some ways a failure of distributing cognition. If you have to learn multiple ways of saying one thing, you're not speaking efficiently.
I mean, look, if you're learning multiple languages because that assists you in doing whatever cognitive task you are doing, yeah, it's good. But if you're learning multiple languages in um, and it's actually causing inefficiency, then that's bad. I mean, again, we have to work with finite amount of time, finite amount of of cognitive ability. Um, uh, I have a finite amount of reading I can do, writing I can do, thinking I can do, remembering I can do, and so do you. And when we pretend that there isn't any cost to trying to teach every single person every single thing, we are sabotaging ourselves. Michael says, somewhere Mathieu Pajot is in my head articulating something to the effect of the scientific method being inherently a tradition we can observe in Holy Scripture as truth in fractal patterns. Yet another reason I don't listen to Matthew Pajot. I'm joking. One of the frustrating premises of small group leadership at church was teaching to the simplest person's understanding. Not that you can't do it, but the concept of what it means frustrates me. Yeah, and honestly, it should. There, this is why I think. So, for example, Father Eric's bishop is sending him to learn canon law because they need a canon lawyer in their diocese. Right? He's not sending every single priest to learn canon law. And I'm sure he's sending some other priest to learn how to, I don't know, counsel drug addicts, and some other priests to learn bookkeeping, and some other priests to do some other thing. And that's actually having a community of people doing different things. You can't teach everything. Better to teach how to pursue and learn things. Yes, but also, I mean, I think you have to recognize that some people will not understand certain things. The example I give is there's nobody who, well, I guess it's possible for somebody to become an engineer, a lawyer, and a doctor, right? But if somebody becomes an engineer, a lawyer, and a doctor, I hope that you're actually using the intersection of those things as opposed to simply using that person as individual lawyer, doctor, and engineer with no combination of skills. Like, I don't understand why this is so difficult for people to just readily accept that different people need to do different things.
Makes me sad.
Why? Do I need to read 1 Corinthians 12 to you?
No, it seems like it's going against. It's explaining the difficulty in multiple tongues saying the same thing.
Yes, it's a miracle when multiple tongues say the same thing.
Yeah. I wish it didn't have to be a miracle.
I mean, I would blame Paul of Tarsus. I do blame Paul of Tarsus. But 1 Corinthians 12 quite clearly explains that even Paul of Tarsus understood that you needed different, you needed different body parts in the body of the church.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, intersection points are important. I'm not denying that. I am very much denying that it's possible to explain everything to everyone. It's not. And certainly not at every stage of their development. Like, Fezzi brought up this thing of, so I get married, and then 10 years later, I find something else out. And maybe that would have changed who I would have married. And it's like, well, yeah. Guess what? This is life. That's part of choosing a life partner and making a commitment. Is, guess what? Life is going to turn out to be at least somewhat different from what you thought, and that's actually kind of a good thing. Have I told you my joke about the old couple who were having an anniversary?
No.
Old couple were having an anniversary, and somebody asked them. They'd been married for 50 years. Somebody asked them, how did you make it for 50 years? And the husband says, it's very simple. When we got married, we agreed. I make the big decisions, and she makes the small decisions. I decide who's going to be president of the United States. I decide if we're going to war. I decide what religion we're going to be. My wife decides which church we go to. She decides where we're going to live. She decides where we're going to send the kids to school. He decides all the big things. She decides the small. I like that joke a lot better than you did it.
It's okay. We're just speaking different languages about it.
We are. Have you met my cat?
Yep. In the flesh.
You have in the flesh. Shadow, say hi. Caleb likes my.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of whom, Caleb is working on getting married.
Oh, wonderful.
Well, he isn't really, but I've been trying to force him to.
Like me?
Yes, like a lot of people.
Yeah.
I count my successes in the number of kids that are born, and 0 have been born so far.
Well, one's on the way, huh?
None that I know of. Well, yet. Hold on. Haven't looked into Omphalos yet, but I remembered my conviction that I'm actually a flat earther, and was wondering if you see the 5,700 year thing as the same thing. I am not a flat earther, but part of the reason I'm not a flat earther is because Judaism teaches, as he pointed out, that the earth is actually round. Where do you want to go? Where are you going to go? Where? Where are you going to go? Okay. Where are you going to go? The runaway rascal's name is his name. Looking into biblical cosmology, you mean?
Yeah, one of these days I've got to ask like a priest what we should do about like the cosmology of the time, right? You know, like St. Paul's talking about being taken up to the third heaven.
I mean, the 7 heavens is something we talk about in Judaism a lot. The thing is, it's like, it doesn't bother me that much. It really doesn't bother me that much at all. People, it's like, so Vanderplay on Twitter posted the first time somebody actually asked what Jesus's cause of death was in the 1800s or something. Like, it's the first time somebody actually asked, "Oh, what caused Jesus to die?" Like,
yeah, you'd think it'd be kind of obvious.
Really? What do you think it is?
Dude, he has nails through his hands.
What?
He's like sagging on the fucking thing.
Nails through your hands doesn't kill you.
But just look at him. Just look at him. What do we depict Christ with? Every time at his death.
How does somebody who is on a cross die? Do you even know?
By the cross, man. Well, he asphyxiates.
Yes, and that's why the breaking of the legs thing was important. Yeah, but nobody cared until about 200 years ago. Wow, even Sterling knows this. If Sterling knows it, it must be important. No, like living consciously as if the world existed according to biblical cosmology, believing God is up there when I look up. I'm sorry, if you believe God is up there when you look up, you're too Christian for me. I don't believe God is up there when you look up. In fact, I am completely opposed to the idea that God is up there when you look up.
Explain your reasoning.
It's taking God. I mean, let's.
And placing him
Ooh,
somewhere.
we have Sterling.
Hello.
How are you doing, Sterling?
What is he asked to be here for? You invited this guy.
Sorry?
You've been
No.
you've been showing up a bit lately. How have you been?
Well, I've been focused on serious conversations.
Serious conversations.
Where there's a lot to learn, and that's what I'm focused on. Like I want to learn, and I want to hear everyone's opinion, and I feel like this channel, I have a lot to gain from this channel specifically. Because if Sterling knows it, it must be important. Is that what he said?
I said if Sterling knows it, it must be important.
False. If Sterling knows it, it's worthless.
Kolamar Hashem Hashemayim Kisi v'haaretz Hadom Raglai Eze Bayit Asher Tibnuli ve'Eze Makom Menuchati. You want to translate that for us, Andrew?
All right. Give me a bit. Thus says the Lord, the heaven is my throne. The earth is my footstool. Where is the something like a dwelling place or something, or a house? Yeah, a house that you would build for me. And where is the place of my rest?
Like, if you actually think God is sitting on the heavens and the earth is his footstool, you're silly.
But
You
the statement, silly. The statement exists for a reason, though.
Yes. The what is Isaiah saying? What is Isaiah's whole point? Why is he saying, where is the house you would build that you would build for me?
Because he's transcendent. He's transcendent of all these things.
Exactly. Because, like God says, for all those things has my hand made, and so all those things came to be, says the Lord. But to this man will I look, to him that is poor and of a contrite spirit, and trembles at my word. And that's actually where we get Haredi from. Haredi means to tremble.
But you gotta understand that, like, looking up is an acknowledgement of transcendence. You know.
Okay, but it's not a material thing.
Yeah, I agree.
Michael says the theological Christian understanding is that it wasn't man that killed him, nor the flesh, but that he gave up his spirit. Matthew 27. Did you go to church, Sterling, today?
Yes.
You did?
Today, no.
Oh, what'd you do for Easter?
I ate a bunch of eggs. I ate 6 eggs for breakfast.
That sounds like an Easter thing to do.
And then me and this girl that I just met. Well, we something like a rabbit. You know what? Never mind.
That should be part of the Chino. I have a different understanding of giving up your spirit since watching my mom die. That should be part of the Chino discussion. Are you coming to Chino, Sandy? Hello, Krish. It is very nice to see you again. I hope everything is well. I never said he was materially up there, Jacob.
Yeah, that's right.
So, Sterling, what would you like to talk about?
What do I like to talk about? Well, I'll keep it on subject from a religion perspective.
Okay.
You don't want me to talk about this girl I met earlier today, do you? All right. No,
It's okay.
All right.
Most of the guys here, I keep on telling them to talk about the girls because I want them to get married. But I don't think you're going to marry this girl you just met today.
Hell no. Hell no. Not a chance. I don't remember her name. Quite lovely. But, I mean, I would see her again if I had gotten her phone number, but who knows? What would I like? Not me. Let's see here. Do you ever just kind of want to listen? No. No. Well, I just want to listen and interject wise comments and, you know, funny jokes here.
Hmm.
The noise.
I think it's from Andrew.
No, it ain't for me.
Andrew.
I ain't doing no typing.
Yeah, it is from Andrew.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
So, are we just gonna like sit here until I think of a topic, or is that what this is? Is this like pressure on me to?
It's just chatting. I mean, with the just chatting streams, I just
Think. Let me think. A good one.
whoever wants to come on and whatever they want to talk about.
Who is correct between the two of you?
Me.
I want to know. I want to follow whichever one of you is correct. You both can't be correct. So tell me just briefly, each one of you, like which one of you is correct.
See, this is the thing. So the Eastern
No,
Orthodox.
more briefly than that.
The Eastern Orthodox have a very good saying, which is theology without prayer is dead.
Which one of you is correct?
I think I'm correct, and he thinks he's correct.
Well, let's let him speak for himself.
Dude, I don't know what I think.
I get that from you. And it's not a bad position. It's actually not a bad position to be in. I don't even fucking know what I think. That's fine. Because then you let other people come out into the set and start sharing all their crazy beliefs. And you just let them go with it, you know? And they're making one claim after another, like it never ends. So just let them hang themselves. You know?
Krish says, I have a question. What is the most accurate Hebrew to English translator online? I mean, for modern Hebrew, whatchamacallit isn't bad. Google Translate isn't bad. It does not work for Aramaic, biblical, Mishnaic Hebrew, anything like that. So unless you have a translation, like I am not aware of any translator that works online, unfortunately. Art Scroll's a pretty good translation. It's a pretty good translation. Jacob, have you given ChatGPT a whirl? Yes, I have. So somebody showed me a chat they had with ChatGPT, and he asked ChatGPT to answer as if he's an Orthodox rabbi, and ChatGPT came up with a supposed quote from the Talmud: "Godliness, cleanliness is next to godliness." I was like, well, I mean, it's pretending to be an Orthodox rabbi, so it's coming up with quotes from the Talmud. Makes perfect sense. Sterling, read the Bible, talk to God, test certainty against good conversation, be correct. That is what Sandy says.
Sandy Bassett, can you put that up? Read very slowly.
Yes.
Sterling, read the Bible. Talk to GD.
G-D, God.
Okay. Test certain against good conversation and be correct. Okay. Okay. That's what I'll do. I'll read the Bible.
Reading the Bible is a good thing to do regardless.
I'll do it again. No problem. I'll do it again. Sorry, go ahead.
So Chazi says, there is a development in our understanding of God from Abraham to Moses, and then Rabbi Akiva, the Baal Shem Tov. Yes, there's a development in our individual understandings as, yes, but you have, see, this is the thing. I think you very much dislike what is called in Judaism Yeridat Hadorot, which is a descent of the generations, and it is a fundamental Jewish belief that as we have gotten away from Sinai, we have in fact had a sort of spiritual descent. And yeah, I know. I figured. Chazi refuses to accept that. What can I do, Sterling? He's a heretic. What do you do with heretics, Sterling?
Kill them
Really?
at the edge of town. Pick them up there and we throw rocks.
Have you ever done that?
What time is it? Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's one of my favorite parts of the Bible. I'm like, really? Okay, I'll wait to throw a rock. And like, but it's like, hey, for those that throw the first, I already threw it. I don't know what he was about to say. Square in the head.
Have you seen the Monty Python thing from The Life of Brian, where they stone that guy?
Is that the Mel Gibson movie? You talking about the Life of Christ? You talking about?
You've never seen The Life of Brian?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I'm like, really, Sterling? You must know The Life of Brian.
Of course, I've seen the Life of Brian. Yeah, yeah, short-lived that Brian. Like, I wish he lived longer. You know, I was just getting into it. Already over.
What is my cat doing? My cat is making noises, and I have no idea what she's gotten into.
That's not acceptable
It's not?
for a cat. Yeah.
It's the middle of the night. They're nocturnal.
Yeah.
Shadow, come here.
So it's Jacob. So you said that you talk a lot about women and that between men and women. And you're super focused on it, and you want everyone in this community to have it in the right way.
Shadow. Yes.
But you yourself don't.
I almost got married twice.
But I'm talking about right now.
It would be very nice if I could get married. I am not opposed to it. I, in some ways, am pursuing it, but my wife's.
Wouldn't you rather
What?
just get your rocks on, go back to your own place, curb your enthusiasm or something? Like, I mean,
Well, no. I would much rather be married
why?
because, well, I live in Los Angeles, and you have to realize.
Oh, okay.
No, Sterling. You have to realize there's something about living in Los Angeles. I'm an insurance broker, right?
Sure.
So I help a lot of people with their Medicare, and they're turning 65, and they've lived the Los Angeles thing where if they're married, they're probably divorced, and they don't have kids, and they have no family, and it's
they're having,
miserable. What?
they're having the time of their life.
No, they're miserable.
You are?
Well, I mean, I would much prefer to be married. Yeah.
But are you miserable?
Sometimes I am.
Why? And it isn't a little bit, no offense, but like, I'm not even making fun of you right now, but isn't that a little bit pathetic that you'd be like, oh, I'm so miserable because I'm not married?
No, I don't think that's pathetic at all. I think it's natural.
Real, that seems kind of like, why aren't you just?
No, I think that's natural, Sterling. I think that's very natural to feel the loneliness. I mean, this is one of the first things the Bible says. It's not good for man to be alone.
I'm not worried about that. But like, yeah, I'm not worried about that. But like, I mean, loneliness, sure, but you said miserable. I mean, everybody's lonely once in a while. That's when.
I don't think there's anything that makes human beings more miserable than being alone.
Being together.
No,
Being
no, I completely disagree. I think.
Then you would be married.
No, if I could find somebody who would marry me, I would totally get married.
So nobody will marry you?
Nobody will marry me.
Oh. Well, I mean, I do see that. Yeah. But maybe, so what, are your standards too high or like what?
No, my standards are not very high at all, but I would only marry somebody who's Jewish.
Sorry, someone who's Jewish?
I would only marry somebody who's Jewish.
Is that racist?
No, it's religious.
Okay. Is it ethnicist?
No, it's not. Because I would marry a Jew from any ethnicity.
Okay.
It's not honestly, it has nothing to do with ethnicity. I think if your religion is not what's the most important thing to you. I mean, I think your religion is what's most important thing to you. But the people who like will marry somebody outside of their religion isn't what they say is their religion. Their religion is something else than the religion they claim.
Their religion is loneliness and the lack of hope, meaning, and purpose in life. And all I need is to fulfill me. All that, I have everything else perfect. If I just find someone to love me.
Sterling, see, this is. I mean,
I'm sorry, dude, but it's just like
no, you're. I think you're absolutely wrong about that. It's normal for a human being. Solitary confinement is the worst torture you can impose on any human being.
that's a strong man.
No, it's not.
Sure, I'm not talking about solitary. I'm talking about once a week. You call a girl, she comes over, and then she leaves.
Yeah. And what's the emotional connection there?
None. That's the point. I'm paying for nothing.
I'm sorry, Sterling. That just doesn't sound very appealing to me.
Why?
It doesn't. I mean,
But why?
I hate to admit this on a stream, but I'll admit it. I've had
One night
friends
stand.
with benefits before.
Never been happier in your life. Am I right?
Well, that's because I've never been married, but it wasn't it wasn't. It still wasn't. No,
Why?
because it means something to have somebody to share your life with, to talk about your life decisions with.
Why you do that like your
To-
brother, or mom, or your sister, or Andrew?
Well, to some extent, I mean that's what I'm doing here. But like, I would, I would love to have kids. I love kids.
You can have kids without a wife. What are you talking about? What is this? None of this makes sense. Have you taught this?
Yes, I've thought this through. I
Said it out loud
Yes.
to who? To Andrew? Andrew, you've heard this before,
I've said this to many people.
and you didn't. Andrew, you didn't say it. You people are not your friends, Jacob. These people are your friends. I'm trying to help you. It doesn't make sense.
It makes perfect sense.
No, hold on now. I'm not making fun of you. Like, it literally doesn't. You can have emotional connections with people in your life that you care about and share things about with your life that you're not married to. You can have
Yeah.
you can have sex with people and get your rocks off that you're not married to.
I know.
One more, if I may. You can have kids and never be married, never even have sex. You can father children.
This is all of this is true, Sterling.
What
But-
I've said is true. What you've said is the opposite.
No.
Okay.
All of those things you could do them, but the apex of all of those things is to find somebody who you can have children with, who you can share your life with, and you can have sex with.
The apex predator is that?
The pinnacle, the top of the best of all of those things you described is to have one person you can share your life with.
And you know that. But how do you know that? You've never had.
I've never had it, but I've certainly. I mean, this is how human beings have worked for if you believe in that the world is more than thousands of years old, this is how
we won't
human
go there,
beings
but
have
like,
worked for millions of years.
okay, whatever. But like, I mean, I'm a human being. I don't need that. I don't need any of those things.
I don't know, Sterling. I kind of wonder.
But what?
I kind of wonder.
I kind of wonder too, Jacob.
Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of wonder.
Are you sure you wouldn't prefer to be married?
I'm positive. I'm positive. No, I like different partners. I don't like monogamous sex.
I don't think the vast majority of people are happy with that.
But you say that because you, no offense, don't have it as an option. Yeah.
I don't have monogamous relationships as an option. You're right.
Or just random sex with random women. Right?
Yeah, I do. Come on, I could be having random sex as well. Yes.
But why aren't you?
Because there is something wrong with that.
What is wrong with it?
It's not putting sex in its proper place.
Sex only happens in one place. It's in the genital region usually. And by the way, there's no bad place to have sex. But like, what do you mean?
I fundamentally disagree with you, Stoneman.
Okay, so tell me, so explain it to me. I want to know.
I believe that sex can be a holy thing within marriage, and I aspire to live that type of life.
Well, what could it be outside?
It's animalistic. It's fun for the minute, but afterwards, it's not so fun.
If you're good at it.
I personally have. It's not like I'm not some sort of saint, Sterling. My experience is casual sex is not very fulfilling.
You're doing it wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. You did it right? Is it fulfilling? I've never heard that. You're the first person I've ever heard say.
That's because it might be not very popular these days to admit that.
What does that tell you, though?
It tells me that this sexual revolution in the 60s told a lot of people to lie to themselves.
Okay. So anyone who claims that sex is good and we're having a good time, and man,
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said at all, Sterling.
I thought you
I
said
said that there's a spiritual fulfillment which is obviously beyond just the physical.
who's that obvious to?
Me?
Yeah. Yeah. So, but isn't it better to have something rather than nothing? I mean, like,
Yes.
So why not get your rocks off, and then while you're waiting on the right person to come?
Well,
And I'm being serious.
no, and as I have explained to several people, I actually think extramarital sex is better than spending your life in misery. I've said that to several people. Yeah.
Because a life without sex is misery.
A life without connection is misery, and I think physical connection with other people is part of being human.
Oh, but you could just go around shaking people's hands.
It's not the same.
It's not, is it?
No, it's not.
It's
I
not-
never said it was.
It's not about a physical connection per se, is it? It's about getting your rocks off.
See, that's the thing. If it's just about getting your rocks off, then why aren't you just masturbating?
Oh, because you ejaculate more forcefully when you have random partners.
Look, there's all kinds of. I'm not going to get graphic. There's all kinds of things you can do to ejaculate more forcefully.
No,
Yes,
studies show that men with multiple new partners have a more healthy prostate because they ejaculate harder.
and David Carradine died of erotic asphyxiation. Doesn't mean I'm going to be doing that either.
No, I've tried that. That's not for me. I don't. We agree on that. We agree.
Okay, I am going to catch up on some of these comments. How can we aspire to holiness if we're being told that we are inherently at a lower level? Where is our free will to reach these levels? Chazi, there's a necessity to recognize your level as what it is. What is the consensus on the idea of spiritual downfall in Judaism, Chazi? You're going to have to ask Chazi. Thank you very much for your prayers, Sandy. To want family and connections, you need to bond with someone. I agree. I appreciate the Ibn Ezra, who sees no difference between the generations. Also, the Talmud discusses that the last 2,000 years, 6,000 total, are the age of Messiah, which is the age of progress. I'm guessing you're playing not with the numbers of the Ibn Ezra there. Chazak of Amatz. Different level of connection, Sterling. It's not the grocery store. I agree. I've had worst and best. Jacob is not wrong.
Wait, what was the comment that was addressed to me?
She said different level of connection, Sterling. It's not the grocery store.
No, you can have sex in the grocery store.
Sterling, okay, that's enough. The Ramchal and Rabbi Cook agree with the progress approach. I'm not sure the Ramchal agrees that there isn't here. The more pieces of your soul you give away, the thinner you become. And not only one place. To bond completely with someone is much more.
Let's count the claims in that sentence. Go back to it. Let's count the claims right there. The more pieces
Of your soul, yeah.
It kind of implies that there is one, that you give away, the thinner you become.
Yeah.
And not only in one place, that apparently makes it worse, to bond completely with someone is much more.
Yeah.
That was efficient to pack in like at least 5 planes in a.
Sterling, you
Run
don't believe?
Right.
Do you believe in a soul?
No.
So you're just your body?
No.
Mm,
No.
okay. So what makes you different from an ape?
An ape?
Yeah.
I don't know this said ape, so I'm not sure. I have to meet him first.
Really?
Or her.
There's nothing that separates you from an animal, from your dog?
I didn't say that. I didn't say any of that. That's a different
Okay. No. So what separates you from your dog?
space.
What?
Space.
Space?
Yeah, we're separated by space and distance and
Intrinsically.
nothing. I don't know what you mean by that. Honestly, I don't know what that word means. Like, let's say I had a bunch of examples of how I'm different from my dog. Like, so what? Like, what do you mean? Well, where's that?
I think there is a spiritual difference between human beings and animals.
How do you know that? Or do you know that?
I actually think it's something we recognize just intuitively.
I don't.
You don't recognize the difference between animals and human beings.
Yeah, but I don't see how it has anything to do with a soul or how it proves that either one of us have a soul and one doesn't.
I'm not sure. I wouldn't say I can prove that there's a soul.
I know that you can't. No one.
I believe in the soul.
Yeah, you do, even though there's no evidence for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's lots of things I believe, even though there's no evidence for it.
Like what?
I believe the sun is going to come up tomorrow. There's no evidence for that.
There's no evidence of that. You have no evidence that the sun.
There's no evidence that the sun will come up tomorrow. What's the evidence that the sun will come up tomorrow?
Well, for example, I mean, we could track the sun. We could. Well, the sun doesn't really come up. Let's be honest.
That's true.
Let's be honest. But I'll play along with this. I'll play along. Yeah, sure. What's the evidence that the sun is going to come up tomorrow? Well, it's not faith. I can tell you that.
I think it is exactly faith.
Now, I'm telling you, I just told you what it is. Let me finish.
What is?
It's not faith, because faith is the absence of evidence. Faith is what you point to when you, if I may, and you'll have your turn. Faith is what you point to when you don't have good reasoning, when you don't have good evidence. Then you take it on faith.
Faith?
But if you had good reasoning, if you had good evidence, you wouldn't need that.
I agree with you. Faith is an extension of your beliefs beyond what you can prove. Yes. And so I have faith that the sun will come up tomorrow.
Right. You believe it even though you can't prove it. You believe a lot of things that you can't prove, that you don't have good evidence to believe, but you believe it anyway, right? Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't. That's silly.
So you don't believe the sun's going to come up tomorrow?
I don't believe in things that I don't have good evidence to believe.
Okay, so what's your evidence that the sun's going to come up tomorrow?
Did I say it was?
Okay, so you don't believe the sun's going to come up.
I don't know. I think it will, based off of prior evidence that it comes up every day at 6 a.m. here on this time. And and also we could track it with like telescopes. We could put we could put cameras on where it's at. We could find in relation to the Earth where we're moving versus the sun. We could find out right now, real time.
Yeah, but you can't. Well, I can't live my life just on things that I can prove.
Why?
It's not possible for me to make my life decisions just
Sure it is.
only.
Sure it is. Sure it is. I mean, you might not be comfortable with it. You might rather.
It's
Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, so this is where what's called scientism comes in,
I've heard of that.
Yeah, it's a critique of this thing that a lot of people say, which is, I only believe in something that I can scientifically prove. But when you actually look at your life and see how you live your life, you didn't scientifically prove that
Did
your
did
apartment's not going to fall on you.
did I claim that I'd scientifically proven anything?
You said, I don't believe in things unless I have good evidence for it.
Yeah. I didn't say I was going to scientifically prove anything.
What's good evidence?
Well, it's subjective, isn't it? And it depends what we're talking about. And it depends on the person. And it depends on what you consider to be good evidence. And it's the study of epistemology, which is very interesting to me, like how you claim to know the things that you know. The study of knowledge.
Right.
At what point, it's very fascinating to me, at what point do you claim to know something? Are you justified in ever claiming to know something? Or should you be, would you be more grounded on firm ground if you said I believe it? If you never made claims of knowledge and certainty, wouldn't you be more on solid ground as opposed to a foundation?
Well, it's funny, but we were talking about epistemology before you came on, and because I think it's really important. And one of the things that we've been talking a lot about is, for example, I believe the Earth is that the world was created 5,783 years ago.
Go on, please go on, please continue.
And the reason I believe that is because I use more than one form of epistemology. I have things I believe through the scientific method.
What are the forms of epistemology?
Well, empiricism is one of them.
Okay, so how do you use that? Or
Empiricism, I mean, that's the scientific method of
you said you used that? You used multiple forms of the scientific method to do
No,
it?
I said I use multiple forms of epistemology, one of which is empiricism.
To come to what conclusion, or
To the various beliefs I have, right?
like
So,
you were given one about the young Earth or whatever, like right?
it's actually old Earth creationism, but yes. So there's empirical belief, right? So the world is like 14 billion years old according to the scientific method, right? And then there's what I believe based on revelation, which is different. And for different things, I use different epistemologies.
And one of those things sometimes is just to believe what's in the text, and that's it. That you're on solid ground to believe what's in that text, and that's the one form of epistemology that you use. Yeah.
It's not the only form of epistemology I use, but it's one of them. Yeah.
What other form did you use to reach that conclusion specifically?
What do you mean? The age of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, so I also, I don't know if you've heard of Omphalos. I just made a 2-hour video on Omphalos. It's called Last Thursdayism sometimes. So how do you know that the world wasn't created last Thursday?
I don't
Exactly.
think that.
Exactly.
How do you know what forms of epistemology did you use to say that the Earth is the year that you said it is?
5,783.
Yeah.
That's a religious belief.
That's the revelation. But my question was, and I'm not sure if you remember, was what other forms did you use to reach that conclusion?
You mean other than revelation?
Yes.
Okay, so like I said, I also believe in reason, and so Omphalos is where I get my warrant, I guess, to leave empiricism when it comes to the age of the Earth, of the world.
What did he say, Andrew? Tell me what he said.
but something.
Were you listening?
No.
Reasoning is another form of epistemology used to reach the conclusion of the age of the earth. But what, like, walk me through that. Where was your reasoning, and how did you get to this number? Was there any?
Like I said, Omphalos. No. Okay, so there are various ways of knowing things, right?
Okay.
Rationality is one of them. Empiricism is a different one, correct?
Maybe.
Then there's revelation, which is the third.
Is there a fourth?
There may be. I mean, I'm not the world's expert on epistemology.
But you know enough epistemology to claim that you know the age of the earth, yeah?
No, that's not what I said. I said that I have lots of beliefs.
Right.
Epistemology is the study of how we arrive at beliefs.
I said that.
And so I have studied my own beliefs enough to know that I have several different reasons why I believe different things.
I've got to go to bed. So great talking with y'all. You're
Good night,
always
Andrew.
yeah.
Shoot.
Yeah.
Go.
See ya.
Yeah, it wasn't really contributing anyway, let's be honest. No, I love Andrew. I'm just playing. Where were we? Did we exhaust that?
I mean, I think it's pretty clear if you have looked into epistemology, at least as much as I have, and it sounds like you have as well, that empiricism and rationality only get you so far, and they don't exhaust enough, they don't produce enough beliefs for people to actually live their lives.
Well, I'm not worried about living their lives. I'm talking about claiming that the earth is a certain.
Okay.
Sounds like those things were sufficient for you to make that claim. Unless
hold on. Those three things. Yeah. Okay. So if you only go by reason and empiricism, you would say the world is 14 billion years old. Yeah.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, most cosmologists do.
We're not talking to them. I'm talking to you. How did you come to it?
So, in addition to reason and empiricism, I also believe in revelation.
Revelations. We already covered that. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I came to my belief through a combination of the three.
So how could you not get that information just out of Revelations alone? Like, why did you need those other things you mentioned?
Because I think reason and empiricism are important.
Like, because if you didn't use those, what might
happen? Well, I mean, I've read this several times on here, but I will read it another time. I will only read a short part. This is from Note 4 from Halachic Man. It's a book by Rabbi Yosef Soloveitchik. Therefore, it is preferable that religion should ally itself with the forces of clear logical cognition as uniquely exemplified in the scientific method, even though at times the two might clash with one another, rather than pledge its troth to beclouded, mysterious ideologies that grope in the dark corners of existence, unaided by the shining light of objective knowledge, and believe that they have penetrated to the secret core of the world. That's why I think it's important. We also need to use reason and empiricism. You're muted. Yeah.
Can you use reason and what was the other one? Empiricism?
Empiricism, yeah.
To determine that you don't need the scientific method because it conflicts with what Revelations might say?
That you don't need?
Yeah, because I thought I heard you say something about how the scientific method may very well interfere with what Revelation is teaching.
Well, he says that sometimes the two conflict,
Exactly.
but it's necessary to use both.
But how can you use both if they conflict? You have to choose one. And I'm asking.
Well, that's actually what the whole book is about. I highly recommend it. We have a book club, and like
I really,
we've been going through it.
I really
but-
can't. I really can't read. I'm not joking. Like I don't read well.
Well, we've been having a book club. I don't know what to tell you. It's
I will tell you. I'm just. Thank you. If that was an invitation, I'm just telling you I can't because.
no. Okay. I mean, I get the audiobook, but
Oh, okay. Yeah.
but when it comes down to it, it's the scientific method does not produce enough knowledge to live my life.
According to you?
I think everybody. I mean, I don't think anybody disagrees that the scientific method does not produce enough knowledge for people to live their lives. If you want to see a discussion about this,
No.
many years ago, Jordan Peterson and Susan Blackwell were on.
Definitely not. No. Jordan Peterson. No, I'm not interested.
Okay. I
No.
mean, if you're not interested, you're
No,
not.
I'm interested in talking to you.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, Jordan Peterson reading books. I can't do it.
It's a video on YouTube.
Yeah, I have ADD. But you were saying something. You were saying about like the sentence you started. You were like, sometimes the scientific method, it sounded like you were going to go on to say, is not always compatible. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, I've said this many times. The scientific method does not produce enough beliefs for people to live.
But okay, so but sure it does, because like even if you didn't have the scientific method, like you could still live your life without even ever heard of this.
This is true, but that just means that you don't realize what other ways you are getting beliefs.
What other ways are there?
Well, you can make shit up. People do that all the time.
Clearly, but like, how would I have been guilty of that?
I don't know. I'm not saying you're guilty of it. I am saying that human beings, in order to live their lives, need enough beliefs to actually operate. So what I've said this several times already in this stream, but I don't believe in a God you can see through a microscope or telescope. I believe in a God that belief in that God is necessary to open your eyes and look through anything, including a microscope or a telescope.
So you wouldn't see it until you believe it first.
Well, I mean, okay, no. So this goes into the work of John Vervaeke, who is a cognitive scientist, and he explains how cognitive scientists, they've been trying to make computers be able to do the same things that human beings do. And in order to do that, there are suppositions necessary. There are processes that are necessary that science simply cannot produce. You can't function as a human being through empiricism and rationality alone. It's impossible.
So there's nowhere in the world, in the history of the world, where someone's functioned as a Homo sapien just the way you said that they couldn't do it.
I am not. In fact, I am pretty sure that it is impossible for any human being to operate solely on rational and empiricist knowledge. To operate as a human being?
Yeah, you could operate without those things. You could operate with less.
Oh, you can operate with other things, correct?
And those things that you like, I don't necessarily need those things to operate as a human. All I need to do is eat.
Right. Well, no. So that's the thing. So eating, drinking, in order to do those things, oftentimes what we have, and this goes to Rene Girard, we get a lot of our beliefs through what he calls mimesis, which is mimicking other people.
Okay. But
so that's one of the ways you could get your beliefs, is just mimicking other people. Yeah.
But those beliefs could be wrong. Like if you were mimicking people who believe that you should do some sort of human sacrifice, that doesn't mean, and if you mimic that, that doesn't mean that it's true, like that it's right, that it's morally right, that it's even helpful at all. So I'm more interested. I'm more interested in like what's effective and what's true and what's correct, as opposed to
effective. I mean, human sacrifice. Lots of people found it effective. I mean, so if you look at Genghis Khan, right? He killed 10% of the world's population, and he had a harem of some 50 women, and about 10% of Mongolia of the men in Mongolia are direct male descendants of his, right? He in fact, almost everyone in East Asia is descended from Genghis Khan, right?
Yep.
So his lifestyle was very effective. He murdered 10% of the world's population, and he had lots and lots of kids with lots and lots of women.
I mean, I could do that too. I don't understand. Like,
well, is that moral? Do you believe that's the right thing to do?
Well, no, because like I don't think that I could, spend sufficient time with those kids. So I would say no.
Well, what about murdering 10% of the world?
I don't believe in murder.
Well, why not?
Well, because I operate on a system of doing no harm.
Why?
Because like every single opportunity that I can fathom, like if I imagine myself being harmed, I wouldn't like it. So
okay, so you operate on do unto others as you would have them do unto you?
I don't necessarily want them to do that to me or expect it, but I do just operate on I don't want to harm people. I'm not sure if that's the same as what you said. Maybe.
Yeah, you're a Christian.
No. Oh, why would you say that?
Because your fundamental morality is based on something that's deeply Christian.
Well, it's a subjective morality. It's not based on any New or Old Testament.
Well, it's where do you think you got it from?
I just told you it's subjective. It's my own.
It's not your own. You didn't come up with it.
No, it's completely my own. There is no other morality that's like mine in the whole world.
Sterling,
What?
That's
What?
just not true.
Who has a morality like mine?
Do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
Those are your words, not mine.
Yeah, right, but it describes what you're saying.
My morality that maybe other people agree with, but
I mean, sorry, Sterling, you're not sui generis. You did not come up with this.
I'm not what?
Sui generis.
I don't know what that means, and I'm not.
That means that you have created yourself.
I didn't say that. Why do you keep saying things that I don't say?
Sterling,
Why do you keep doing
your morality, I mean, it sounds like you got your morality from Christianity.
No. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I just said it's based off of do no harm.
Right, which is based on Christianity.
No, Christianity harms.
Sterling.
Jesus harmed. What are you talking about?
Sterling.
Jacob. I mean,
Sterling. No, I mean what you're saying. What you're saying is just nonsense.
Yeah, no. Well, that's condescending and arrogant.
Okay.
You're fine with that?
Yeah.
Wow. And is this supposed to be attractive to other people?
I am not trying to attract anybody, Sterling.
to you or your religion
No,
or your no, that's
No.
not your job. No.
it is against my religion to proselytize.
But my question was, do you feel like what you're saying is attractive?
No, it's not attractive.
It's repulsive, is it not?
Okay.
Is it not? That's the question.
Well, it's repulsive to some people.
Well, if you it would be repulsive to almost everyone if you tell them that.
No, some people appreciate being told the truth.
Well, see, okay. Because you know the truth, right? And the way you figure things out.
I look, I might be wrong, but
No, you have the truth. You just told me.
I believe I'm right. Yes, I do believe I'm right.
Will you believe it or you have the truth?
I try to be as right as I can be, Sterling.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you are. And that doesn't mean you should be correct.
Well, hold on. So, yes, it is possible for me to be wrong, but I have to live my life according to what I believe is true.
Even if it's wrong.
Well, I don't know if it's wrong. If it
Are you-
is wrong, then I would change my mind.
Are you on a quest to find out if it is wrong?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Okay, good. What's up? I'm sorry, I don't know how to say your name. Tayo.
What's up, Sterling? What's up, Jacob?
Hey.
This has been. Well, I've been listening to this throughout, and what a journey you guys have taken us on.
Why have you been listening? Why would anyone listen to this?
What a journey you two have taken us on. It's been fascinating to listen to.
Tell us what you think from an outside perspective.
Where do we start? Let's start with the the sex talk and marriage talk and multiple partnership and
Sure.
yeah, I think I understand. Similarly to you, Sterling, I don't seem to have this innate desire to want to get married. And
Because you have options.
yes, but I agree with Jacob that those options are not fulfilling. Having multiple options and having it's not fulfilling. And my question to you was going to be, have you ever had that post-nut clarity feeling?
Yeah, wow.
Where post-nut clarity.
I don't know what it means. Sorry, guys. I'm not good with words. I'm not trying.
It's it could be a British lingo, but it's that that sense of clarity you get after you what was your phrase? What was the phrase you used?
Rocks off.
Yes, after you get your rocks. Yeah, after that, and you're with a girl that you're like, oh no, this is not a girl I would want to spend the night with, not even talk about like a weekend. And
I
you
was-
just
I was never thinking before I got my rocks off that I wanted to do this thing.
no, but even after you get your rocks off, you're like, okay, I need to get out of here as soon as possible.
I was always planning on getting out of
Yeah.
this as fast as possible. It didn't change anything.
Imagine a woman where they can do that with, but more than that feeling of when you wanted to get away, you've got a feeling wanted to get even closer to this woman, this person, and that's the level of engagement that Jacob is longing for, and I think that's a good thirst.
Yeah. I don't think thirst is good at all. I don't think you can have a good thirst. I feel like if that's what you're searching, then that's no. And I'm not being funny. Like that's seriously pathetic. And I feel sorry for anyone who's out there searching for someone who's going to fulfill them in any sort of way. That person doesn't exist. And if you have the option of having sex with multiple partners, then you also have the option of making one of them your own. And if the sex with them isn't fulfilling, then making one of them your own is also not going to be fulfilling.
Yes, that point you just made. I'm glad you made it. That's my biggest disagreement with you. I think it's the discipline, like restricting yourself of some of life's pleasures is actually a good. Do you agree with that?
No.
Okay, so that's our biggest disagreement.
But maybe I do. Maybe like you said, resisting some of life's pleasures is what?
It's all good.
It's all good.
No, it can be a good.
It
Good.
can be.
A good.
I mean, yeah, I'll agree with that.
Yeah. So one of such pleasures is sexual pleasure, and if you're resisting sexual pleasure to be with just one person, I don't think the desire to have multiple sexual partners will go away, but the it will lessen over time, I'm sure, but it's never going to completely go away, even in a marriage. Even in a marriage.
You were trying to make my point or yours, or
No. I'm making my point. I'm saying you're writing that natural animalistic desire to want to be multiple partners. That's with all of us, myself, Jacob,
he,
or anyone.
he said he doesn't. He said he doesn't want that.
Uh,
What I said is
you want
I
to-
prefer to have a long-lasting relationship to
And
having.
you're bypassing casual because of your
Yeah.
question.
I would rather have a long-lasting relationship with
Don't-
someone than
Don't
have
disagree.
casual
We
sex.
agree. We agree. I just said that.
Okay.
No, but you're saying what you're saying is not what he's saying. You're saying he would is skipping casual sex. Is saying I'm aiming at a higher good. You're both saying the same thing, but you're saying different things. Do you get what I'm saying?
Now, me and
Okay.
you. Sure. Yeah, sure.
He's
Let's begin.
he's aiming. He's trying to vocalize what I'm trying to say. He's aiming for a good that's above the multiple sexual partners. Now, let me land. Now, we've already established the fact that he's a man of faith. This is someone that has faith, meaning he believes there is more than just what he sees.
That's not
Now,
what we faith was.
what did you say faith was? You said
I
no
said
evidence for
Is
it.
the reason that you give when you don't have evidence is believing in something without sufficient evidence.
And his definition is believing in
No,
something.
he agrees with me.
Well, I okay. Just to be clear, I believe faith is when you believe something that you cannot definitively prove.
That's
Yes.
what I said. Why are we arguing
No,
about
no, not that you cannot prove. You say you believe it if you cannot prove it. That if word that you added changes the sentence.
Huh?
He said he believes some faith is something you believe when you cannot prove.
When you don't have evidence. That's what I said, dude.
Well, hold on. So
But if-
it's not that I believe it despite evidence. It's that I don't have full evidence. Yeah. I don't know why you're laughing.
I get it. Would you consider yourself a materialist?
I don't even know what that means. So no.
That's fair and wise. Jacob, how would you explain materialism?
But back me into his
So I mean, he generally what he's been describing is materialism. Materialism is not believing in a soul, not believing in the spiritual, believing in physical reality and only the physical reality.
and all those things could be separate and doesn't necessarily make you a materialist, I'm sure, because
My understanding of materialism is that you don't believe in spirits. That's how I.
But if that's how you want to define it, sure, then I'm a materialist. I don't believe in spirit.
Yeah.
Or I want to rephrase it. I lack a belief in spirit.
That's fair.
Okay,
And I think that's why us three will keep talking past each other, because there's a spiritual aspect that we're dealing with that you're blind to, and it will be funny.
Well, I don't like the word blind, but
No, let me
he doesn't believe it. Yeah.
let me explain what I mean by blind, because that came off as insulting. Let me explain what I mean by blind.
To tell you that you're ignorant of something, that you're blind, that you can't understand it, that you can't.
I can take it. I can take being.
But you wouldn't like it. But it wouldn't be fair, would it?
For that, I'm going to explain what I meant. And if the wrong word, if there's a better word, I will stand corrected. What I mean by blind is in reference to the faith conversation. The faith conversation. My understanding of faith is that faith allows you to.
I'm not interested, honestly. Like, we already defined faith, and if you have
you two define faith.
But I'm not. But okay, go ahead and tell me yours. Go ahead.
If you're not interested, there's no point. Then I'm just talking to myself.
No.
I apologize if the blind comment came off as insensitive. I did not mean it to come up that way. I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is there's a Okay, I'm going to make myself the foolish one. There is a sort of the spiritual aspect of things that I'm dealing with means there is a make believe that I subscribe to that you don't.
Okay.
So like let's say I believe in fairies, you don't. Like, does that make you feel better? You're blind to fairies, I believe in fairies.
I'm not blind to fairies. It's just that I don't have sufficient evidence to believe that they exist.
All right, okay. So blind is the wrong word, and I will find a better word.
Well, I mean, let me just clarify. I honestly, if somebody tells me they don't believe in God,
Or they lack a belief in it.
or
Can you
they lack
clarify
a
the
belief in
difference?
God, right? That's not something I am interested in necessarily refuting.
I wouldn't. How could you refute that?
Yeah, that's
No, but I'm not interested in refuting it anyway. I'm not.
You
What?
can't listen to what I'm saying. Focus on this. You couldn't possibly.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me finish my sentence.
Hmm.
You know what I'm going to say. Then go ahead.
Yeah, I couldn't possibly refute it.
Refute what?
or your lack
No.
of belief in God.
Let him finish. You couldn't possibly refute what?
Refute a non-belief in God.
Exactly. So why would you make a statement like, I don't necessarily want to refute that, like as if I'm going to do that, even though you admit that you couldn't possibly.
Hold on. No, okay, Sterling. I don't know why you've become very antagonistic.
Yeah, because there's 2v1. It feels like from his point of view, there's a attack from both sides. So I get it.
I'm not trying to attack you.
You're
I'm
welcome. Don't say that I feel attacked. When he said that, I didn't say that.
I said that. Yeah.
I don't. Okay.
I think you feel attacked. I think you're projecting.
Sterling, this conversation isn't going. No, seriously. Like, I'm not trying to. If you have questions for me and you want to understand why I believe certain things, I'm willing to explain that. And if you're interested in what I believe, I'm willing to explain that too.
Yes.
I'm not trying to convince you.
I'm not trying to get you to convince me of anything.
Okay.
Even though I already agreed that you couldn't refute my lack of belief in a God. So I don't know where we're going to circle.
I would like to ask Sterling questions and investigate more about his non-belief, because what actually made me jump on was your claim that your morality is exclusive to you.
Yeah, that was funny.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said what made me jump on was your claim.
Jumped in and said something. I'm sorry.
Oh, I said, yeah, that was funny.
Why was that funny?
Because your morality is very much not.
Not what
It's not exclusive to you. It's what all Christians believe.
said that.
What was the claim then?
You tell me. You objected to it and jumped on the panel.
That's what. Okay, when you say things that the way people hear it might be different. So when they say it back to you, you can say, no, that's not what I meant. This is what I meant to say. All right, so can you explain what you meant to say instead of what I heard?
It's not what I meant to say. It's what I said versus what you said.
Yes, can you explain what you said? What I was meant to hear?
I can explain it, but I'll first repeat it.
Okay.
I believe that morality is subjective. I believe that my morality is unique to me. I believe that no one else shares the identical morality as I do. Okay.
Is your morality akin to your identity?
I didn't even say that. Why would you ask me that?
That was a question. It was a question. So yes or no answer.
He's allowed to ask you questions, Sterling. Stop being so defensive.
That was a question. Is your morality akin? Did you hear what I said?
Is it akin to identity?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Because what you described, like the subjective nature of your morality, sounds very much like it's a part of your identity. Like there's a one of one for everyone. Am I understanding you correctly?
I'm not sure.
So my morality is different to yours, which is different to Jacob's. Is that how you perceive the world to be?
I believe that mine is different from yours. I believe that mine is different from Jacob's. I don't claim to know anything about yours, just as you shouldn't claim to know anything about mine, by the way.
Yeah, that's no. Actually, that I don't think that's completely true because there are. I don't think any individuals are capable of. We've not lived enough life to be able to come up with our own moral guide for ourselves. That
You
you
don't
need.
like you could come up with your own morality by the time that you're 4 years old. It doesn't necessarily make you correct, but you could come up with your own morality, or you could live your own life without any sort of
No,
morality.
I'm not. I'm not even arguing correct or non-correct parts. I'm still on the fact that you cannot come up with your own morality.
Yeah, this goes back. Okay, this goes back to what I was talking about before with John Vervaeke and the capacity to function as a human being.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
The capacity to function as a human being.
What does that mean?
Which word did you not understand?
All of them. And let me explain it to you further.
Okay.
As a human being, what does that involve? Eating, pissing, shitting, fucking?
Yes. All of those things. Yes.
You need
In
what?
order to actually be a human being and actually pick up, for example, this glass and drink from it, right?
Uh-huh.
There are certain cognitive functions you have to do.
Yeah.
And those cognitive functions, as described by John Vervaeke, who's a cognitive scientist, I highly recommend, require a system of values.
But where are you talking? How does me picking up something wet and putting it in my mouth have to do with some sort of morality that I couldn't possibly have come to on my own or by observing people around me?
Okay, see, on your own and by observing people around you are different things. Like if it's by observing people around you, then it's not just on your own. That's
Yeah.
what I was objecting to.
You wanted me to say that it was exclusive to me, which I never said. I fully admit that
I did not want you to say that. That's what I misunderstood you to have said.
that's what you heard me to say. Yeah, no, but I didn't say that because absolutely it's based off of our own observations. None of anything that we've said here disputes the fact that I believe everyone's morality. Let me back that up. That my morality is unique to me, that it was formed by me, that I am the ultimate authority for what I constitute as my own moral compass. Does that make sense?
that just doesn't work. And I mean, if you don't want to believe in the science of cognitive science, you don't have to.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
But cognitive science is cognitive science. And if you're going to tell me I'm not going to read, okay, you don't have to read. But what the scientific work that John Vervaeke has done is important scientific work that I believe in.
Is it in the Bible?
No, he's a scientist.
Oh, okay. So you don't. So people were believing in the Bible before he ever came around, yeah.
Before he ever came around, oh yeah.
So we don't necessarily need him to understand the scripture, yeah.
What does that have to do with anything?
What does the scripture have to do with your religion?
No, I was talking about cognitive science.
Exactly, and exactly.
Yeah, I'm lost.
I'm sorry.
I'm lost too. Like, catch me up.
What are
about
you saying?
What I'm saying is that how does cognitive science and this dude who's not in the Bible, how does that prove your religion?
It's not trying to prove his religion.
It proves that what it proves is that I need something outside of myself to form my own moral compass.
Yes.
And that thing outside myself could be just observing people outside myself, which I already agree with.
Right, mimesis, which was exactly what I talked about with Rene Girard. Yes.
Which is exactly what I agreed that I did. So
okay, so it's not you creating your own, it's mimesis.
No, it's me observing the things around me and coming to my own conclusion.
No, not conclusions, mimesis.
Well, I don't know words.
I'll explain to you. Mimesis is when you see other people do things and you copy them.
No, I didn't say I was going to copy them. In fact, I might do the opposite. What are you talking about?
No, that's not how human beings
That's
function.
what Jesus is, which is what you want me to say that I'm doing, but I'm not.
I realize you don't think that's what you're doing, but it is.
That doing that is copying, and I just told
Yes.
you that I'm not copying blindly. In fact, I might observe and do the opposite. So please back off of that. Just admit it.
No, I'm not going to back off of what is true.
You still think that I'm copying people?
Yes.
Oops. But like, do you not also think that I'm doing the opposite in certain situations?
I think that's still copying people.
I'm sorry?
In order to learn to do things opposite to people, you first have to go through the stages of development, which first starts with copying with people, and then you learn how to copy people, not copying people.
That doesn't make any sense, what you just
That's
said.
just human development.
No, it just literally made no sense. And I guarantee you couldn't repeat it the same way you just said it.
Yes, I can.
Because
In order to learn how to not to do things other than how other people do it, first you have to start by doing things how other people do it, and then copy their behavior of differentiating. This is Piaget. This is basic human development in psychology.
copy their behavior, but do it differently.
Even the doing it differently is copied, is what it's trying to say.
Yes.
That's retarded. Like, that is literally,
No, that's basic psychology.
you're not copying. All right, stop. Let's take a moment. I don't have to copy someone. When I saw my big sister put her hand on the stove and she got burnt, and I saw the whelp, and I saw how much it hurt, and I heard her scream, I don't have to copy that. I never copied that. In fact, I learned to do the opposite by observing.
You learned that people scream when something hurts. This is okay. Now we're getting into like really, really basic human development, Sterling.
Yeah.
And like you've gotten into this antagonistic thing where I'm saying very, very basic things, and
that are false.
No, they're absolutely true.
They're false. You just don't hear it.
No, you're
Yeah.
wrong.
I don't need to copy my sister who put her
Sterling, please.
You can
Sterling, this is just basic science.
All right, yeah, I'll step in now because you two are getting lost in your thing. Go, Sterling. Are you still engaged, Sterling? Are you still, or have you given up on us?
Well, no, I kind of given up because I don't feel like we're having a conversation in good faith. Because somebody will say, for example, and I want to answer your question that you just asked me. Somebody will say, for example, well, you have to copy someone to learn. And I just gave a perfect example of how I didn't copy and how I did the opposite. And they're like, well, Sterling, now you can't stop. You can't start pointing out how I'm wrong, Sterling, because now you're not having the conversation the way I wanted to go, Sterling. Wow.
Is the way
I'm not gonna go through the very basics of human development.
Because you
I'm
don't
just not.
yeah,
you-
but it's Jacob. You also have to accept that it's.
who put their hand on the burner, do you?
I
Do
missed that part.
Do you?
I am not at all interested in teaching psychology.
You're not at all interested in learning how you're wrong.
I don't think you're.
No, that's not what's going on.
No, because this showed you that you don't have to put your hand on the burner. Let's hold on.
Okay,
Hold on.
Sterling,
Don't get out of it. Don't wiggle out of it, Jacob.
I'm not wiggling out of anything.
So explain to me how I copied my sister who put her hand on the burner.
Like I said, in order to understand that you don't want to do what she did, you have to learn the signals of a human being seeing pain and
No, you said
emulating that, oh, this is painful, therefore learning that based on her values that she didn't like it,
Yeah.
that you also wouldn't like it.
Exactly.
So you are copying her.
No, what are you talking about? I'm copying her. What are you talking
It's on the fractal. Like when you're talking fractal, you're engaging with reality on the normal front. Jacob is explaining like fractal reasoning for why we do things. It's you're not even disagreeing with each other much.
If I'm on the normal front, what front is he
The
on?
only reason he's disagreeing is because he's at this point where
Because I didn't
must
put
be
it
wrong.
on the burner. The only reason you're disagreeing is because you have to admit at this point you were wrong, and you can't possibly do that.
Sterling,
It's
all
so
right.
it's so guttural and painful for Jacob to be wrong. Oh no,
All
Jacob.
right, yeah, we're grown adults here. We're not doing this on the stream. Come on.
It does this to not be able to admit that I didn't.
Sterling. Yeah, I mean,
Did he go with?
honestly, I took him off.
Oh no.
What?
Why?
No. I mean,
Why?
I'm not interested in having a basic conversation about.
I disagree. I don't think he's trying to be antagonistic.
Oh, I don't think he's
Okay.
trying to be antagonistic.
think
I
that's
just
just
think
how
he
he is.
doesn't know. Like, I think he's in an
You
antagonistic
can't blame
frame
someone
with
for
me.
not knowing.
What?
You can't blame someone for their not knowing, for their lack of knowledge. There's unknown unknowns that we don't know.
True. Yes, but I'm not interested in explaining basic human development.
Yep, but that part of the conversation that stole the conversation was not even that big a deal. Like, you both just decided this is the hill to die on. We could have moved on from that. It wasn't. I think his point of I'm not copying. I'm not copying the. I don't have to copy everything to go against what I'm copying.
I'm
Is
trying to
understanding. It
I'm
was just
trying to explain to him what he refuses to actually look into, which is human development, Rene Girard, John Vervaeke, cognitive science, and these are things which we would agree about
Yeah, but it does.
if he would educate himself about them.
Yeah, no one's got 50 hours to watch John Vervaeke.
Well, okay, so if he doesn't have the time, and interest to learn about it, like, how am I going to explain it to him? Especially when right now he's in this antagonistic frame where even when I say things which are very basic science, he is absolutely, and I mean, you can't see him, but like, he's really angry right now.
Yeah, I would be too, because like he's just trying for TLC members to pat each other on the back. Are we actually going to engage in conversation? Because he was willing to engage in conversation, and I appreciated that.
There's a level of conversation I'm just not interested in having. Like, am I going to go through? Piaget is by no means. I think you were asserting, not explaining. Piaget is by no means basic. Piaget is not by no means basic, but like, am I going to at almost 2 a.m. argue with someone who's telling me, like, who's not aware of Piaget and Vervaeke, and like, these are the types of things that we're interested in here.
Yeah, but you don't have to be aware of those people to have conversations. And if he's not taken, because I genuinely do believe he was engaging in a conversation in good faith. I think there is an antagonistic angle that is coming at it, but that's understandable. You and I seem to be agreeing and disagreeing with it. That'll put you on, like, you feel like you go back to the rope a little bit. So
okay, you know what? It might just be the fact that it's almost 2 a.m.
Yes, that plays a part in it. So,
go ahead, Sterling.
I have a thing to say.
I've got questions. Are you willing to engage?
Sure. Yeah.
I am going to go to bed. You guys have fun.
Night, Jacob.
I like your style. I like the way you move.
Thank you. I appreciate people that engage in conversation with people they disagree with, and you're doing that. So,
wouldn't it be a better place if we all appreciated that the way that you do?
I think this corner is for people like that. So, yeah, I think.
So, all right, then let's move on. Let's move on. I agree. Sure. Even though do something opposite, that's copying. Sure, yeah. Let's move on from that. Let's don't admit that maybe we were wrong. Let's just keep going.
All right, let's or should let's stay on this a little bit and see if you and I can now make better headway through that model that you two got stuck on
Thank
and
you.
you managed to.
Like-
Okay, so I'm going to repeat back to you my understanding of the point you're trying to make, and you told me how wrong or how right I am. Your point is that you can copying someone does not mean you're doing exactly what they're doing. You can
No,
choose.
no.
You can choose to do the opposite.
Copying someone is doing what they did. And he told me before I can learn otherwise, I have to copy. And I said, no. I saw my sister put her hand on there the very first time. And even though I was younger, I said, I don't need to copy that. That looks bad. I'm not going to do that. And he said, well, yeah, but that is a form of copying. And so at that point, like, how are we having an honest conversation? Honestly, like, come on.
Yeah, at that point, what I would have said is,
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, at that point, what I would have said isn't that is a form of copying. Is you were right. Yes, you saw an action and you're like, I'm going to do the opposite of this action, and that's not copying. Correct. His point of what is copying.
Good.
What is copying is recognizing the fact that that's a person in pain and that action led to their pain, therefore I know not to do that. It's like very basic. These are first layer programming that you built into you as you're growing up as a
program. Sure. Copying, no.
Okay, look at that. We found a word that we can agree on. Program.
Absolutely.
Yes. That's the point I was trying to make.
Look, but like, let me stop you there, because this whole time I said that I'm so able to view people around me and form my own morality. Yeah. And he said, no, you can't possibly, because you copy people. And I said, no, not always. He said, yes, you do. And I said, no, I'm going to give you a very basic example of how I do the opposite. And he's like, no, you still copy. You still copy. Like, what are we talking about? Like, even if, like, okay, but like, I'm already so flexible and fluid to say that my morality is based off of my surroundings, the people that I'm observing.
And that's the part that we got to, and I wanted to like, this is great.
But I don't take it at blind faith, and I don't just copy what they do as if what they did is correct. No, I observe. Was that strategic? How did it work out for them? Should I avoid that? I don't necessarily just copy things and find out what it does to me. You see how silly that is?
I don't know if I can highlight comments, but now that Jacob's gonna kind of have to pay attention to this comments.
I haven't looked at any of these.
Ask Sterling if he wants to be a married father. That's from Claire.
No, I don't.
No. The absolute part of it's to.
I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, never mind. Let's just carry on. I get distracted by the comments. Yeah, the part that you got up to was when you said yes, my morality is informed. Is informed a good word? Informed by others. I was like, great. We can. That's a point of agreement that we can work from.
Partially, sure, yeah.
Partially, and partially because you're not just copying. You're using your rationality to say, okay, which part do I pick out? Which part do I not?
Sort of, yeah. It's partially based off of what I observe, but it is sometimes partially based off of what happens to me directly, or sometimes it's based off of what I see happen to others.
Okay. Which one's more impactful? The one that happens to you directly, or the one that, if there's any differences in the impact they have on you, the direct or indirect?
It's all subjective, and it all goes down to the situation, like which is more impact. Like it just depends on the situation. I don't think either one, whether it happens to me, I can be more impacted by something that I saw happen to my loved one than or equally as if it had happened to me. Or something else could have happened to me, but it was less impactful than watching my little sister get her hand burned. So I hope I answered your question, but I'm not sure.
No, I'm not. It did. My little brother yesterday admitted to me that it gets lonely quite a lot, and that had an impact on me more than when I go through loneliness. It's different. So, but the informed part, your morality is informed by others. I think that's true for not just you. Partially, at least partially informed by others. Is that correct? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, your morality is at least partially informed by others. I would say
what I observe from others, not by what others tell me But what I
When I say by others, I just mean other people have influence on your morality. Because I came on the stream with the mind thinking, wait, this guy thinks he's the only one that beats up his own morality, and I'm like, okay, and you've corrected me. That's wrong.
well,
That's not what you're saying.
because it's not dependent on others. It's dependent on what I observe happen to the others and the consequences of that. But the other person themselves doesn't necessarily affect my morality based off of their information. It's only based off of what I observe. So the person is kind of irrelevant. It's only what I observe happen to that person and how I form my morality based off of.
Stories. Let's talk stories. I engage with reality as just people participating in stories, and you can learn lessons from stories. You can derive morality you can derive morality from watching other people's stories. Is what are you saying? Is that accurate?
You can derive morality based off of observing others. Yeah, sure.
Other stories, yeah.
I'm not sure what you mean about stories because it's not a story. If I watched it happen, I'm not sure.
Okay, that's when I'm not going down there. That's a muddy place that we'll get stuck on. So I'm going to try to move this conversation along. Let's agree on you can by watching other people. Now that's already, I think, by admitting that, you've already admitted that it's not just a you. Yes, it's you coming up with the rationale of, okay, this is good, this is bad. But what's presenting to you, you're not in control of. The people that you're watching, you're not.
I never claimed to be in control of anything.
Yeah, no, I know. Okay, this is good. Just follow me. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm not disagreeing. I'm trying to paint a narrative for why we might disagree and agree.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go on.
Yeah. Already there are others have an influence on how your morality is shaped. They do.
What
That's what you admitted.
Listen, what happens to them and what I observe happen to them, that shapes my morality. They themselves can't come to me and shape my morality based off of what they tell me. No, I have to observe it.
But there isn't a level of influence that others have on your morality. Can we admit that?
No, we can't, because it's what happens, the actions that happen to them and the consequences of those that shape my morality. That person didn't shape my morality. It's the consequences that surround that person that I observed.
I'm not sure why that's a sticking point. Can you explain why it's important to make it the action and not the person?
Because it's different. Like if I said that the person influenced my morality, then you could extend that to the preacher who tells me what the Bible says, and then therefore that shapes my morality. No. That's not good enough.
Okay, so you're fighting for your agency. Okay, I think I see what's going on. You want it to be known that you've got agency over your life, and you're the one that builds your own moral worldview. Correct?
I don't care if it's known.
Huh?
You said I want it to be known?
Yeah, to me, as in this conversation, I mean.
Oh, okay, sure, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get rid of you. It's my first time having a conversation with you. Like, don't feel attacked. Don't feel this is just a conversation. Come at me as well. I can take it. Don't worry about it. So
No.
I'm just,
Nah.
I'm going to close this chat because it's distracting me.
I never look at it. I don't even look at it.
I can't help it.
Yeah, this is the chat right here.
Let's keep this chat going.
Oh, it's going. We rolling. We rolling.
Yeah. So, okay. Let me put my cards on the table so you'd be a little bit less suspicious. What I'm trying to investigate is, I believe that no man's an island. No man is capable of building their own morality for themselves. There has to be influences from others. Now, you've given me influences from others' action. You've given me that far, but you're not willing to say there's influences from others. And I'm trying to figure out why it is.
Give me an example of how your morality is based off of others, and then maybe I'll understand.
Okay. First of all, I am submitted to a religious tradition.
What?
I'm submitted to a religious tradition. I'm a Christian. I'm a practicing Christian. Now, does that mean
Submitted to it?
Yeah, meaning that it has authority over how I feel. For example, I would, in moments of, I back to the sexual, I would like it if the way for me to have a fulfilling life is just to go around having sex with multiple women, and that. But I have a religious upbringing that says that's not correct, which informs how I feel after like participating in those. So can you get what I'm saying? That already influences me in how I feel about how I engage in other in actions.
I like
So
to
I'm
re-
submitted to
repeat.
it.
I like
Hmm?
to. I like to repeat what I heard.
You like to repeat what you heard?
Yeah, back to you to make sure I
Yes,
heard it.
please.
You're saying that, hey, Sterling, why don't you just admit that other people influence your morality? Because other people influence my morality, and when somebody tells me that the Bible says something, then I believe it. And then it just so happens that after I go out, even though I didn't really listen to that person, and I went out and did that thing anyway, even though if the other people really convinced me of my morality, I'd have listened to them and I wouldn't have done it. So yes, you do form your own morality because you went out and did that thing anyway, and it just so happens that you felt bad. How convenient that that guilt that was already placed upon you before you went out and did that thing that you felt compelled to do anyway, even though they told you not to do it. That is all making your own moral compass. That's what you just did.
Yeah, yeah. I gave you that softball for a reason. What you repeat back to me was not inaccurate. It's like we're going where we're going now. Two couple pushbacks and small pushback. It's not that me being submitted to my religious tradition does not mean I subscribe to everything they say. This is good, this is bad, this is it, this is that. It's impossible because everyone. That's is so. Wait, can you see how we're coming closer? I'm coming closer to saying I've still got agency, but in Europe, I'm wanting to come closer with the fact that other people still affect it. Those two things are true. I Unfortunately, I don't have the power to live the way I would like to live.
Why, why not?
Hmm?
Why not?
Because there are spirits that have that there because there are spirits. Start there because there are spirits. Let's just leave it there.
How do you know that? Where are they?
Hmm?
Where are these spirits?
All over, all over,
Tell me
all
one.
over.
Tell me one.
Hmm? Yes, this is where a materialist. I can't point to it. There's no material. This
You
is the materialist thing that I'm pointing about. It's if I can't point to or show you this, like hold it up to you, camera, you don't believe it's real.
no,
I,
that's not true.
huh?
Don't tell me that. Don't tell me what I. Don't tell
That's
me.
not true. If that's not true, tell me what's true, please.
Because you could even point out the window and be like, "You see the wind? It's blowing that tree over there." And I'd say, "Oh, well, I don't see the wind, but I do see its effect on that tree. So, okay, sure, you demonstrated it. Good job."
I wonder if you're familiar with spirit and wind, and that's why you use wind as an example,
This
because that's the biblical example for how they describe spirit as the wind blows and you don't know where it comes from or where it goes. That's how
you know
spirits
where
are.
you know where the wind comes from. So
Hmm?
we do know where the wind comes from.
You know where the wind started from?
I didn't say that. I said where it comes from.
The beginning.
What do you mean?
I mean the origin of the wind. That's what I mean. When I say when it comes from, that's what I mean. Not that it's coming from eastwards.
Oh, you assume there's an origin. It's a,
Yes, I do.
a presupposition.
I do.
Rid yourself of presuppositions.
You can't. You rid yourself of presupposition. Try. Give it a try.
I did everything. What? Tell me a presupposition that I've told you.
There's no beginning.
I didn't say that.
What did you say? You said I shouldn't say there is a
I
beginning.
I said.
You said I shouldn't say there's a beginning.
I'm sorry.
You said I shouldn't say there's a beginning.
I said, yeah. I said, how do you know there was a beginning?
I don't.
Exactly.
I believe.
Exactly.
Yeah. But you're saying read myself.
You need to prove something that you don't even know. You're saying, what's the origin of the wind? And then you say, but I don't even know that there was an origin.
No, I'm saying I can't prove it to you.
Then why should I have to prove to you where it originated if you can't prove
Never.
it?
I've not asked you to prove anything.
But
The
because I chose the example of the wind pushing the tree,
Mhm.
and I said that proves that there is wind. I don't have to hold it like you said in front of you. Yeah.
and I said the
It,
wind
it,
actually a good analogy because that's the same. That's the analogy used to describe how spirits move.
and then you went on to say, and where did it originate? And I said, how do you know it originated?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if we're always gonna get stuck on how do I know on epistemology, then like my epistemology is this now. I know things. I know nothing.
Good.
I know nothing.
Good.
That's my basic
So do
epistemology.
there's an
I
there's
know
origination of the wind?
no. Let me land. I know nothing.
Good. Good.
I know nothing. Know nothing.
Perfect.
I believe a whole bunch of stuff.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in that. Like, unless you know that there's an origin of the wind, then I don't feel compelled to tell you where it came from and how it.
What would you say is that you know? What do you know?
I don't claim to know it either.
Okay.
I very rarely make a claim of certainty or knowledge. I try to just, like you, say that I believe things. But even better than you, I don't kind of weasel in. No offense, by the way, but I don't kind of like weave them
No offense.
like subconsciously to say, oh, but then where did it originate? And no, I'm not saying.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't have any evidence to point to that you do that, but I don't know that I believe that you do that. So
Then why would you ask someone to demonstrate where it originated if you don't even know it did?
no, I didn't ask you to demonstrate it.
Sure, you did.
You asked me,
No.
like, you asked me to change it from, like, you said we know where it's from, and I was like, when I say from, I don't mean from. I mean where is it from?
You
Yeah.
asked me to explain to you where it originated, but
I didn't ask you to explain. I was telling you that when I said from where it comes from, because you said, "Oh, I know where it's come from." I was like, "Do
Yeah.
you?" But then I realized you probably meant that you know which way direction the wind blows.
Okay.
Like, yeah, and that's when I thought you said nope. When I say from, I mean origins.
And that was that kind of
No,
a problem.
that was in reference to the fact that spirits is used in the Bible as no wind is used in the Bible as description for how spirit functions, and it says that we don't know where spirit comes from or where wind comes from. Well, no one is reading the chat.
Yeah, because why don't you hit the link? Come up here and you can talk to us. Whoever said that.
Yeah,
Hit that link.
Claire, and with cameras on, please, if you're going to come on.
Cameras on, clothes off. Come on up here.
Cameras on, clothes on, even though I'm not quite living by that.
Says this guy.
Says the guy with his top off. Yes, the whole point I'm trying to make causative is the fact that, like you rightly say, I know. Listen, like that K word, know that I am influenced by others. Yeah.
I already said that.
Hmm?
Well, I mean, yes, I'm influenced by what I see happen to them, but you're saying by them directly.
No, that's not what I'm saying. The existence of others affects my as an effect on how I view the world.
Because they come and tell you something and you believe it, or because you observe things that happen to them and you base your own conclusions off of it?
A mixture of things.
Oh, so sometimes people come up to you and tell you something, you just believe it.
I don't think it's like that's how knowledge works. I don't think you can just tell someone something they'll believe it unless there's something in them already that's pleading for them to believe it.
Like a lack of hope, meaning, and purpose?
Do you get what I mean? Yeah. So I don't think you can just tell someone that believe this and they'll believe it. I don't like there has to be
A lack of
no, not just that. Not exclusively that. That could be it. But I'm saying there has to be something in your story that means what this person is saying, that makes it look like a truth that you need for your, like in your situation. So I don't think that happens often. Very rarely. I think what truly happens is there's a truly is the wrong word there, because I can't say I think and then use truly. But what I think. Oh, let me put the StreamYard link in the. There are people saying they want to jump on.
Okay, hit that link. Come up here and tell me how dumb I am. I'm gonna
Oh
grab,
wait,
I'm gonna grab a
yeah,
drink.
go for it. I see what you're saying, Zurich, because of the admin in the room to bring people up. Yeah, I see what you mean. This is where we need one of the admins to wake up and join the stream, or if they're listening. Claire, are you in the room waiting to be let in? If you are, you can drop a message in a private chat. Yay! Yes. Yes, 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 yes. All right, I think the link is... Okay. Then that's the link.
All right, where were we? Okay, we were agreeing on everything.
Yep, zero disagreements. Kumbaya.
That's where we were, right?
That's exactly where we've been all this time.
Yeah, even before Jacob left, right?
How did you find this channel?
I searched literally. You want to know? I got in YouTube and I searched the worst live stream on YouTube currently. No, I'm serious. And I did have to change my filters to live. But this was on the top, and I said, "Well, let me hit that link." No, I'm kidding.
What would you make you want to jump on the West live stream?
On the what?
On what would you want to? What would make you want to join the West live stream?
To feel better about myself.
Just this little ego boost.
Yeah.
Some people use Tinder for that.
No, I searched open panel, and then I changed my filters to live, and I've probably been on like 12 different panels today. So
What's the function of that? What are you trying to accomplish? Is it just
trying to put myself out of my comfort zone, and also just mostly it's not really for me. I'm trying to just mostly educate people on how ignorant they are, and it's very exhausting. I'm kidding. No, I just do it out of my comfort zone, and I feel like it makes you learn things that you don't know.
we've got an admin in the room?
Oh, great. Hey.
Hi, Akmal.
Hi. Good morning.
There's a cat for you as well.
Kitty. Say hi.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I have to turn my YouTube back. I apologize.
It's okay.
Hi, Sterling. Hi, Teo. Good morning. Good
Morning.
evening, good afternoon, wherever you are.
Sure.
Quite a kerfuffle this morning, huh?
Just a bit.
Who's right? Whose God is right? Whose cognitive science is right? Ugh, come on, guys. So many
Who's
better things to talk about.
Like what?
Cats for one. Have you seen this guy? Say
Oh,
hey.
another one.
This is his permanent look on his face. Kitty, are you feeling camera shy today? Oh, he's so dope. He's got a sibling who basically just lives in the closet, who looks exactly like him. A little smaller, but he's pretty cool.
I got a brother like that.
Was it?
What'd you say?
I said that cat's gorgeous.
Oh, thank you. He's not actually mine. I'm cat sitting. Believe it or not, Sterling, I don't actually know his name. It's a little embarrassing.
That's the way I like my visitors. I'm like, no, you know what? Don't bother.
Don't get too invested. Yeah, I hear you, man. I'm with you sometimes.
I'm gonna call you Sarah. I'm gonna call you Sarah to save time.
What you said, that's hilarious.
Is there anybody else who wants to be let on? I'm on mobile, so it looks a little different than
I can't imagine anyone wants to be led on. Is there?
Well, I have no idea. Comments, guests. Let me toggle to the guest section. Oh, Richard is here. Oh, fabulous. How do I add to stream?
Hello.
Richard,
Hey,
hello.
Richard.
When the camera was still or tired.
Your volume is super low, at least
Little
for me, Richard.
Hold on.
Hmm. Oh, he's fixing it. Okay, Tayo, I'll pop back in like 15, 20 to see if anybody else wants to get back on.
All
But
right.
I have to get ready for
Thanks,
breakfast
Phil.
with my parents and my sister. So
All right. Thanks for your help.
yeah, see you guys soon. Bye, Sterling. Bye,
Yeah.
Richard. Bye, Tayo. See y'all in a bit. Wait,
Hey, Richard.
how do I be without ending this?
How's your mic? Is your mic working out?
Can you hear me better?
Yes, much better.
Cool. All right.
Where's all the? I can hear the wind. Are you inside or out?
I'm inside.
Okay.
Yeah. There.
Better.
How much of this have you been listening to, Richard?
The last 2 hours, I think.
I would like to apologize for my participation, but
Why? It's been amazing. Don't apologize.
I'll just Sterling for this.
Well, tell me all the parts that I'm right about. Let's start with that.
Well, let's see.
I'm just kidding. Just say whatever you want.
Well, I wanted to ask if you know that you don't know anything still.
Do I know that I don't know anything? Is that the question?
Yes.
No, I don't know that.
Do you believe it?
No. I lack a belief in it.
Okay.
Okay.
What's your attitude towards that idea?
Lazy. I've been lazy. I've had a lazy attitude my whole life. My mom.
Honesty.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, Sterling, I'm still curious about what you're doing online. I get the ego boost answer, but
Well, what was the other answer?
there was a girl that you were speaking about yesterday that gave you the ego boost. So what difference of ego boost does being online present?
Well, let's recall that was my first response, which was indeed a joke.
Yeah, I know in jest, but
And then my second response was what?
I don't recall. Can you remind me?
Sure.
I wasn't working on
It was to put myself in awkward situations
yourself. Yes.
where I'm not comfortable, and that's where I feel like I find out what I don't know.
I relate to the first part of that because I'm also on this to put myself in, speaking to different people that are way smarter than me online. It's challenging, but you learn from it. What are you open to learn? Is there something that you're looking for? You're just seeing to see what's out there, what knowledge is out there.
I'm mostly looking to see. I'm on a quest for truth, and so like if there are true things out there, like little Easter eggs, I want to pick them up and put them in my basket. Okay, but if I got a rotten egg up in my brain somewhere, I want to root that out and throw it across the room.
I think that came across to me. That's why I wanted to keep this conversation going, because there is I could sense the truth seekingness where Jacob, as I think, due to his tired brain, saw antagonism. I saw curiosity.
Is Jacob seeking truthfulness? Did you see that?
I've seen Jacob be I've seen Jacob be better on stream than he was today. So I'll give him a pass. Everyone's allowed one.
Was he just dead wrong in any way that you could point to, or no?
I think yes. Not dead wrong is a strong term. I know nothing, so calling anyone dead wrong.
I mean, I think he was not explaining himself was his problem. I mean, part of him is that he, you know, he talks about PJ, he talks about all of these different authors, and he, how do you say this? Like, I mean, it's hard to explain them.
But
And when you're not used to explaining them, and you're used to talking to people like me and Tayo, who honestly just nod our heads half the time and haven't read. Boy, I haven't read Gerard. I kind of know what Gerard says, but not really. When you're used to that, it just gets hard and even annoying when those things are challenged. So
But I think that I agree, and I think the challenges will make everyone involved in it better because you'll pick up things, Sterling, and Jacob hopefully picked up things, and that's where I'm here.
yeah, and like even the copying thing, it's like some things are innate in you. Like you don't need, or do you copy everything? Does Jacob believe that you come into the world with nothing and that you copy everything?
that's a
Like,
good point.
no, he doesn't believe that. I know he doesn't believe that.
But back down from it, Richard.
Hmm?
Why wouldn't he back down from it though? Is it pride? Because you said you saw it, like he saw it. You said he knows it. Then why wouldn't he just say, you know what, you're right. You don't have to copy everything. That was kind of silly.
I honestly don't know why he got stuck on that.
Pride, arrogance, and pride.
I would suggest it's because it's again guess what. I think he sees that as a point in which I don't think Jacob is stupid. So I think I understood your point. I think it was just more frustrated by your inability to even consider his point. But I think you were right because the way he presented it was such that the counter that you presented was correct.
Right. You
And
saw that.
I think it's at that point that he should have rephrased his explanation.
Yeah, or just say that. I mean, I think it is the case that every human being does copy people, but not with everything.
Yeah.
Not in every situation.
And he's like, oh, this is Sterling, Andrew, Richard, but Richard and Sterling, you know, like, I mean, like, I just felt like, what? If you don't know about this author that I'm going to name drop, and if you haven't read these novels that I have a stack up, couldn't possibly, you're not even willing, even though none of that is true. I
have a problem with. Yeah, no, you're right. And I don't think that's, again, it's 2 a.m. He's been on stream for a while. I'll give him a pass on this one.
I don't give nobody a pass. If I confront you with the truth and you want to weasel away from it, you don't get a pass from me. Because I wanted to be like, you know what, I was wrong. I didn't mean to say that. Let me take that back. Let me rephrase that. I'll do that. I got no pride, dude. None.
We'll see what he says tomorrow. I mean,
yeah, let him sleep on.
Yeah, I mean, one way you could rephrase it is like, in your example, you only. I mean, I would say that. I mean, well, I know. So your example was your sister touches the hot stove, and you see that it injures her, and so you do the opposite of that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what's going on there? I mean, how would you explain what?
Just for you did. You nailed it.
Okay. But how do you know that it hurt her?
How do I know it?
Or how do you come to act such that you don't do that?
Well, I heard her reaction. She screamed so loud, and I saw her reaction. I could see her eyes got really big, and she looked like she was in pain. She was screaming, and then like I saw it blister up, like her hand was all blistered, and she complained about it for like 3 days.
For sure. So why did those things make you not want to touch the hot stove?
It looked like it would do harm, and I don't believe in doing harm to myself or others. And if she harmed herself, I believe that she harmed herself. All the evidence points to that, and all the evidence points that I should not harm myself in that same way.
How old were you when this happened?
Well, it didn't really happen. It's all,
Okay, got it.
but I could make up the fact that I was 6. I don't.
So, what do you mean by believe them? Because, like, I mean, is it like,
I was convinced.
what's that?
I was convinced that that's a thing.
Okay.
Sterling, you've been on your truth quest. Have you got any truth to report back? Some things that you found to be good that you'd like to share?
Unfortunately, no, because that's not exactly, well, that's what I wanted, but that's not what I got. Instead, what I got was more of those rotten eggs in my brain, as opposed to like the golden eggs laying around the corner. No, I hadn't scooped any of those up that I can show you. I have very successfully gotten rid of some rotten eggs.
Such as?
Well, when I say rotten eggs, what I first mean is things that I'm saying that aren't true, but that I didn't have a good reason. I wasn't justified in my belief for thinking that it was true. So, for example, I grew up watching X-Files, and I believed in Sasquatch because and it was fun, and it didn't harm anybody. But I had to really examine it and examine the evidence, and the conclusion I came to was that the evidence does not justify the conclusion. So unfortunately, I love that rotten egg. That was my favorite rotten egg. I sniffed it. I would take out and sniff it like Joe Biden sniffing the little girl's hair. You know what I mean? Like up close and personal. But it had to go. It had to go.
And on what basis? Like, how did you judge the evidence? Because I'm sure you can find experts give you evidence to support whatever belief you want. So how did you decipher between truthful and bullshit evidence?
Well, I don't necessarily look at it as, you do have to examine the evidence and determine whether you think it's truthful or bullshit, sure. But it's really more of what's piled up. It's the evidence that's piled up, and you need to examine that pile of wood and find out if that's going to be enough for you to get through the night. Okay, so what I determined was that I didn't, not at all, have enough firewood to get me through the night, but I still lit that motherfucker. Okay, I had the marshmallows to go, but at 4 a.m. I got cold. So but it was fun though, because I had my belly full of s'mores. But you see what I'm saying? Like, your information is rotten.
I think I'm picking up what you're putting down, sort of, kind of. Trying to think of an example of a rotten egg I've gotten rid of, but they're all mostly niche.
Oh, mate,
stuff.
If you can't think of one, you haven't got rid of them yet.
Yeah, rotten. It's the rotten egg aspect of it that because rotten means there's no good to be derived from it.
Because to you, it smells like a sweet Sasquatch egg.
I love them. I love those marshmallows.
Don't you? We all love it. Yeah. Just like Joe Biden loves sniffing the shampoo out of a little girl's hair.
Head to shoulders.
Huh? I can't be censored right now, guys. I will not be censored. But we've all seen it, and hey, you fit, Cinderella.
Yeah, I think I'm more looking for golden eggs than rotten
I was too.
eggs.
But what you find out is that the golden egg equates to certainty. The golden egg equates to a knowledge claim. And just because it's shiny and gold, don't make it good.
No, I
In
don't know
fact,
if certainty is what I'm searching for.
you'd be
When
better.
when I say golden egg, I'm not looking for certainty. It's more meaning and the hero's journey talks about you go down into the dungeon underworld, pick your metaphor, and you bring back something. Now I'm looking for that thing to bring back to people in real world. I'm like, oh, I found there's a truth here that can make existence better.
Yeah, I mean, the way I would say it is like, I'm looking for eggs that will
Exit what?
give me nutrition and that I can live on,
Sure.
and that will feed me.
Mm-hmm.
And
Now, should you take that egg home and travel all the way home with your basket full of eggs that you assume are going to taste good? Should you start counting those eggs before you get home and crack them open? And once you pick them up, assume that they're gonna feed you, that you're gonna be able to survive with them? Did someone point to it and say, there it is, Richard, go get it. Put that in your basket. It's gonna taste good. Because what I'm trying to say is that if you're really, I'm not necessarily looking for that short-term fix and that sugar rush. I'm not trying to get my glucose levels up.
neither am I.
Okay? Because a blood glucose level is what the snapshot of what your level is right now in your blood. Yeah.
Sure.
But then they got other ways of checking your sugar that's an average over 6 months.
Sure.
Okay. It's one or something like that. And that's what I'm more interested in because I want it to last forever.
Yeah.
And I'm not willing to eat an egg just because my glucose is low.
Can I ask if you grew up with faith and faith is one of these rotten eggs that you've
Absolutely, yes.
of?
Don't question simply. When a question is yes or no, that one's an easy yes.
Do you go into a bit more of the story of what it was, or is that to you?
Sure. And it does come down to definitions. Okay, so when I say that I found faith as a rotten egg in my brain and got rid of it, what I'm saying is that faith to me, again, is the reason that you give when you don't really have a reason. Excuse that you offer when you don't have compelling evidence. Because if you had compelling evidence and someone asked you, why do you believe that? Whether it's God, religion, the Holy Book, whatever, it doesn't matter, Sasquatch. If you had the evidence, that's when you would present it. But only if you don't have compelling evidence do you say, well, I just take my own faith. So to answer your question, if faith is what I define it as believing something without compelling evidence, then absolutely I found it and I got rid of it. And I found out that I had faith in a lot of things, not just religion and God and books.
Sure. What else did you have faith in?
I had faith in you could say I had faith in Sasquatch. I had faith in aliens and UFOs. Like I thought we were being visited, like all stuff.
Do you have faith in anything right now?
No, because I feel like faith again is bad. Because faith is the word that we use as opposed to using the word evidence or demonstrations or proof. The proof is in the pudding. Proof. They don't say in the faith. That's not the phrase. You know, I mean, faith means you ain't got no pudding.
Sure.
Are your parents still? Are your family members that still hold on to their faith?
Yes, they still suffer with faith.
Suffer with faith. You say it. How do you relate to them? What's your relationship with them like?
They're my parents. Oh, wait, sorry. No, how do I relate to them? No, it can be awkward. I feel like they have rotten eggs in their brain, and it really puts a wedge between us. Even though my parents are very loving and they didn't shun me or anything, like they accepted me and they pray for me every single day and hope that I guess I go back to the way I was. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
No, I think that I appreciate you answering it, because it's not this can be private matters that people don't want to share online. So that's
I've already talked about my sex life, and there's nothing left. So let's go.
Well, Claire says she's coming on to talk to you about objective morality, so that should be fun.
I like that topic. I think
You do?
I think so. It's something I'm interested in. Yes, I'm interested in.
I thought you were interested in subjective morality.
Well, I mean, we're talking about different things. What I'm interested in versus what I believe I have.
Fair. That's a fair distinction.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm interested in having the conversation. I don't know what she's going to say, and I'm just interested to know.
That's right. Yeah. So, did you grow up a fundamentalist Christian? Is that the faith that you got rid of?
Yeah, I grew up as a Southern Baptist, and when I hook, line, and sinker, walked down the aisle 6, and like I thoroughly believed it. Like I thought I was, I believed the Old Testament, the New Testament. I believed in salvation. I believed Jesus died on the cross. I believe he resurrected, all for our sins, the flesh of God, his son, and came down to, all that. I believed it. And I struggled because I struggled with it. Like, even because we all, like I said, have our own moral compass. And I know a lot of people who are theists like to deny that moral compass. And they're like, oh, well, no, my moral compass comes from God. My moral compass comes from this book or this holy scripture, whatever. But it don't know. We all have our own moral compass. And what I mean by that is no matter what God or holy book or scripture you might claim to believe in, if I scratched it and I scratched at the surface and started digging, I know that I could find something that you would conflict with the morality of God. So to tell me that, well, that's not sufficient to operate as a human being, I don't even know what that means. But like we all have our own comments. Let's not deny it. Let's not deny it. And let's not act like, even if we were going to deny that and say, well, yeah, but mine's better because it comes from God. That's fallacious in itself.
Sure. Here's my question though. Here's a question I have. That moral compass.
Sure.
Who built it? Did you build it?
In a sense, I did, but it was really more. It wasn't like I had. It was more like it built itself based off of my observations. You know what I wasn't. Right. I wasn't necessarily in control of it. Right. It impacted me, and like all of a sudden it was north, east, south. When it just kind of took shape. It doesn't mean that my moral compass is 100% accurate.
Right.
But yeah. It damn sure don't mean yours to whoever I'm talking. You know what I mean? Like to the general you. The difference is, from my opinion, it seems to me that someone can just say, hey, well, your moral compass is balagna because you just made it up, even though you can't make it up, but you did, and it's trash. Mine isn't made up. Mine isn't made up because God said it, and no man made it up, wrote it in a book as if God said it. God actually said it, and therefore I am on solid ground. You see how? I mean,
I don't think. Well, I don't know. I'd be interested to hear how Jacob would justify belief in revelation.
Oh, no, that's good. Okay.
Yeah, because that was something he alluded to, was that he had an argument for rational belief in revelation.
Remember, you're spot on, Richard, because he said that he used revelation and he also used his rationale. Yeah. But sometimes rationale and revelations conflict.
Right. Well, so how would that work?
So at what point do you forsake rationale? Never,
Well,
never. Shame on anyone.
hold on.
Huh? I didn't hear you.
Well, so cause I'm trying to think of when rationality and revelation might conflict. I mean, in the case of the age of the Earth, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good example. Sure.
Sure.
So what do you do there, Richard?
I don't know. I mean,
If
let's see.
if
Well, go ahead.
no, you
Sorry.
got it.
Well, I mean, one. I was arguing about this, or I was talking about this earlier with Jacob, but I, when I pray, I have this sense that when I look up to heaven, I'm looking up to God. Right now, obviously, rationally, that conflicts with what is physically the case, because when we talk about up, it's just space, right? There is no inherent direction in space at all, and there is no realm of God that we can find with a telescope or anything like that. So, but I mean, I feel like whenever we think that faith and rationality conflict, they don't really conflict.
But he told me it did.
Right. And I think I think the quote he read, underneath that, I think the author would agree that it only looks as if they conflict.
Okay, well then let's look, because I believe there was an example in that conversation that he gave. Very generously give me the example of the age of the Earth, whether it's whatever. Um, if the Bible or Revelation or whatever Scripture says one thing and the scientific method, then I don't think it's fair to say, oh well, I use a bunch of different etymologies to come to my conclusions. Yeah, like for example, on the age of the Earth, well, the Bible says this thing and the scientific method says that thing, and I choose to disregard the method and believe what my holy book says. Get any sillier than that?
No, I think I mean I think because here's the thing. So
Okay.
I'm on a computer right now, and
As you
this
should be, Richard,
yes,
honestly.
and this computer is able to be built by scientific means, right? So so I could say to Jacob, who is also on a computer, Jacob, you're contradicting yourself by projecting science here, but using science in the case of your computer. Now, I'm not so sure about that because this is where Jacob's point of how do you know the world wasn't created last Thursday?
That's a
Now,
great. I'm sorry. Go
now,
ahead.
but
Finish that.
now, one way you could answer that is I don't know whether the world was created last Thursday, but um, according to the scientific method, I have plausible um, evidence to say that it was created, what is it, or that the Earth is 13.8 billion years, I think. Now, for for reasons of having a certain perspective and participation in the world, I think it is rational to reject that evidence for the sake of more fully participating in, for example, Judaism. Because I think if you are a Jew and you believe that the world is 5,834 years, I think he said, years old, and you have a full participation in your community, in your tradition, in a way that rejecting the possible scientific evidence, who cares? Who cares? But it could have been created last Thursday anyway. So I'd rather more fully participate in my tradition.
Okay, so you're willing to set aside truth. So what I hear you say, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you and I you, I, and Jacob, maybe don't value truth equally, because I put truth on the highest pedestal. Like I said, I'm on for truth, and what it sounds like you just told me was that, yeah, but if truth could my community, I'm going to choose my community. And
it's not just community; it's
participation. You said,
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
I don't want to participate in something false. So like my first.
It's not. It's not exactly false. Look,
Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I was going to say is I don't want to. The last thing I want to do is participate in something false. So
I agree.
I would rather take a step back and say, I haven't seen compelling evidence that is true. Therefore, I'm going to abstain worship, for example, until I know that. And so, for you to say, "Well, how do you know that?" I never made a claim.
Hey, Chad.
Very strategic that way. I'll give you a little piece of. Make no claims of knowledge. Let the other moron make a bunch of claims that anyone I talked to tonight was. I'm just saying in general. Let them themselves. So I never claimed the Earth was a certain age.
Yeah.
But
Oh, come on, Kitty.
All
right, you can go outside. That's fine.
Go ahead, Joe.
So, is beauty rational?
Sometimes, sure.
I mean,
look at that cat and tell me that beauty is rational.
What's that?
Sorry, Chad. I'll let you carry up. Sometimes when
stupid cute.
Like I my experience of, or let's say even awe. I mean, awe kind of like all three of those. What all transcendentals, beauty, truth, and goodness. Like when all three of those are hitting just right, that's like awe. And to me, there's nothing rational about that. I mean, that's kind of so I don't think it's rational, and those are some of the reasons. Like those are some of the best reasons for life.
You're coming in here with the argument that no one's making.
He's well.
And no one was ever talking about beauty being rational. I don't understand where this is coming from.
Well, no, you said, because you were saying something about rationality a minute ago, and you were saying that truth is the highest.
I didn't say that. I said I put truth on the highest pedestal. I talking about rationale. I'm not sure what you mean.
But you were just talking about rationality, about how I can't remember exactly what you said now because it's been like a couple minutes. and I just woke up.
Right. Okay.
Good.
Yeah. It's sometimes rational, maybe it's not, but like, okay, so now what?
Well, I was thinking about in Revelation. There's something irrational about all of that too.
According to you,
Well,
rationale is subjective, though, isn't it?
no,
No.
I don't think so.
Okay. But how could Jacob's rationale reach him to come to a different conclusion?
Truth is that's your understanding of truth, not rationale.
And
He came to a different truth, but it was very rational in his.
there's
well,
multiple,
it wasn't irrational.
but there's multiple truths. You said he came to a different truth. There's multiple.
You're the one that claims subjective truth.
Yes.
Well, anyways, I just thought it was an interesting conversation. I want to say good morning and take the dogs for a walk, and then go off to work. But it's good to see you guys on here.
Well, it's good.
You too.
I can't really see you, but yeah,
Yeah,
pretty dark. Yes.
it's the thing. It's the whole thing.
What thing?
Just
It's not that long of an explanation, Jay.
Huh? I didn't
Hey.
hear you.
I'll stop. I hope you guys have a great day.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Thanks.
Chad is in AA, and the AAers have a practice of online. I can't say this word. Online, staying anonymous online.
Staying anonymous.
Yeah, he online, and so he tries to hide his face.
And you said who has a habit of that?
Chad does. That's why he was
Okay, that's cool.
more shy.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. I mean, so back to the Earth discussion. Right, so look, I am partly confused with Jacob because I have seen him say that the Earth is simultaneously 13.8 billion years old and 5,836 years.
And did you not stop him immediately, right there? That doesn't make any freaking sense.
No, it makes sense to me.
Okay, explain it to me because it doesn't.
Let me give you an example.
Okay.
When you look at, those pictures of the solar system
Sure.
where it's the sun and all of the planets lined up. That's one perspective of the universe, but it's not the perspective I have from my body looking up at the sky.
What perspective do
So,
you?
so the idea that the Earth is flat and has a dome on top of it, in one sense, that is true. Because that's how I experience the world when I go and look at it. Right. In another sense, it's not true.
In every
What's that?
in every sense, it's not true.
No, it's not. Because that's how it looks.
Right, but is your perception a good pathway to truth? Is it a reliable pathway?
No, it is because it was good enough for us to live
Could you
for millions of years before we knew that the Earth was the sun was in the center and all that.
And you're attributing that to our to
Our
what?
to our ability to operate with our I'll call them we can call them illusions if we want to. So my perspective of how the Earth is an illusion, let's say. But that illusion was good enough for all of my ancestors to live for millions of years
How do you know it was good enough?
because they survived.
But did they? Are they still around?
They produced all the way up until me.
And everybody who produced believed that same thing, yeah? Or other people who didn't believe it also produced. And therefore, it's not a reliable pathway to anything.
Well, no, because if we're saying that something illusory is not a reliable path, are we saying that?
We're saying that your own experience is not a reliable path to truth. Yes, you can't rely on it. About 2 hours ago, I had my phone in my pocket, and I could warn it vibrated. Like I pulled it out, and I was like, I know somebody was calling me. I felt it vibrate, but it wasn't, because my perception is not a reliable pathway to truth. I can be your perception is wrong. So you need more to establish what is true. And you can't say that just because
No, I agree.
just because you say you perceive it one way doesn't make it so, and you can't say that you perceive it this.
I'm not saying that it's so.
No, yeah, but I'm just speaking generally. A person could perceive it this way, but then they also that way when those two ways are in complete contradiction. Because it sounded like you were saying
No, they're not in contradiction because they work on different levels, right?
levels.
The solar system example, right? We use that when we're calculating sunsets, when we're shooting satellites into orbit, stuff like that. Well, that's on a very technical level, right? Where it involves mathematics. It involves a lot of scientific, very technical scientific knowledge.
Okay.
In the loose sense of the word, that 99% of people don't use. Right.
9% of what?
99% of people
don't what?
Don't use. They don't use that level, right? So on the level of your everyday experience, right? The perspective of, oh, the Earth is just, the way I perceive it. That works. If you believe that's true, it works on that level.
Right? Saying that you can believe in unicorns and it can work for you. You can function.
No. Well,
wait, no, but I reproduced. And my grandparents, they believed in unicorns and they reproduced too, so it works. You see, like, I mean, so just because you believe it.
Yeah, no, I see your point. It's well, I mean, it's not. And this goes back to like the discussion of fairies and stuff like that. Why did people believe that fairies exist?
Because they were retarded.
What? Because they were what?
Because they're dumb.
I don't think so.
Okay, then you tell me.
What's that?
Then you tell me. I was just being facetious. I mean, I don't know why people believe. Why do people believe all kind of things for various ridiculous reasons or an absence of reasons altogether? I mean, I'm not sure how to answer it. I mean, you'd have to ask people who believe. Ask them for the evidence. I don't know.
Well, I mean, part of this is like, I mean, see what you think of this. Have you heard the Boxing Day tsunami?
I'm not sure. I couldn't quite understand you, but probably not.
Okay, there was a group of I think they were missionaries, I think, and they were on this island
Mhm.
with native people,
Yeah.
and the natives there one day were convinced that everyone should go up to the mountains because a spirit was in the ocean and was going to cause a tsunami.
Okay.
Right? But the missionaries weren't convinced because spirits are stupid and stuff like this. So they stayed on the beach. And the tsunami came and they were killed.
Okay.
So what function was the belief in spirit serving? Now I will concede to you that it's probably better to have scientific systems that measure the seismic activity under the ocean and cause tsunamis. Right? It's probably better to do that. But for that tribe, the explanation of spirits was serving a certain function. Right? Now, how does that work? I don't know exactly. But it was a useful tool to avoid disaster.
Was it?
Because the people who believed in it,
Was it a reliable tool?
I mean, reliable. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether or it's probably less reliable than a
Then
seismometer,
I'm
but
not. Well, then I'm not interested, right? Like,
it's probably pretty reliable. Though, wouldn't you rather have it than not have it?
well, hang on now. First of all, where's this tribe? What was the island, and how reliable was it? What percentage? How many times did they go inland and the tsunami didn't come? How many times did they not go inland and a tsunami did come and wipe them out?
Probably a lot, but
Okay, so
wouldn't you rather have it than be dead?
it,
Because the people who didn't believe died.
no. But what about who didn't feel a spirit stayed on the coast and then the
Sure,
came?
sure. There could be all sorts of errors. But the fact is it worked enough of the time so that for thousands of years, this tribe had this belief in the spirit.
And what was the name of this tribe?
Here, let me pull up the link.
Yeah, well, where were they? Where were they? Like, did they ever get wiped out with tsunamis? Because you just said.
I'm sure they did.
Oh, but you just said that for thousands of years, the spirit. But it doesn't sound like it worked if they got wiped out. So you can't have this.
Hold on.
You don't have to look them up, but let's just assume that at some point somebody was, if not, a lot of people were wiped out by a tsunami. So
Sure, but
with any story, you can always find, like, trying the question of how efficient was it is you're never going to find someone that's 100% efficient. So I don't get the point of that question.
The fact is that it's more efficient than not believing in the spirit.
Wait a second now. How do you know that?
Because the people who didn't died.
How do you know that?
Because that was in the accounts of what happened. The missionaries who didn't
Sterling, I'm going to ask you.
Died because they stayed on the beach when the other people left.
Okay, so the spirit didn't reach them
because they were foreigners, so they didn't believe in the spirits that the native tribes did.
Wouldn't it just be more efficient to just move inland permanently and just live Just be inland.
Not if you need to fish
Well,
and farm and
you,
have land there.
you could go back and forth.
I don't understand why the. I think the story is the story. The story is there to
Say that again.
for meaning to be driven out. I think you're trying to kill the story by
Well,
investigating all of this.
it's fine.
Well, I'm not trying to kill the story, but there are many problems with the story. First of all,
That's fine. But do you get the general point of it?
I get the errors in your logic. Yeah, I'd like to explain them to you.
What errors? I can continue to rebut the errors.
I would love to explain something to you. What you're
Go on.
Yeah, so do this. Let's say what you're basically saying. What's the harm? And it might help. And it's a lot of people. And so what if it's not? What's the harm? It actually benefited.
No, I'm not saying what, because there's tremendous harm sometimes.
I didn't say tremendous. I didn't say anything.
No, I said there can be tremendous harm.
Okay.
If you believe in the wrong spirit.
So it could be false. It could cause. But you're asking me, I wouldn't just believe it?
No, I'm asking, wouldn't it be in this story? Wouldn't you rather? Look, you don't even have to believe that the spirit is real.
Okay.
That's fine. But wouldn't you rather have at least trusted in the, I don't know what you want to call it, the beliefs of the tribe?
Faith.
Rather, what?
The faith, perhaps.
Sure. So wouldn't you rather have trusted the tribe than stayed with the missionaries on the beach and died?
I would rather examine evidence and spirits and what you perceive. Like, first of all, spirits never been proven. No one can prove it. And so therefore what you
It depends on what you mean by spirit. Because look, I would just say a spirit is any the spirit is the unity that emerges out of any collection of parts.
So your motor vehicle has a spirit?
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's not. Let me ask you this. You're sitting on a couch, right?
Sure. This will be good. Go ahead.
So the couch has cushions, it has a back, it has legs, right?
Sure.
How do you know, or how do you explain to me how you see the couch as one thing if it's made up of many parts?
Do you see the error in your logic?
No, I don't.
Because you just asked me a loaded question. I have claimed that this couch is one thing. I've never made that claim.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, so do you not believe the couch is one thing?
You kind of set up this straw, easy to tear down. You see?
I mean, I don't think it's a straw man. I think
perfect.
I think most people would say that there are things.
Sure, I would say that too.
So how do you know a thing is a thing?
Who said that I know that it's a thing?
How do you see it as a thing?
Eyeballs. What are you talking about, Richard?
How do your eyeballs see it as a thing?
You want me to explain how eyeballs see things?
I'm simply saying that there is a mysterious process going on at the heart of your perception.
What's mysterious?
The fact that things emerge out of things.
No. If we understand how they're created and how they're destroyed and what they're made of, it's not mysterious at all. You just told me how a couch is made. You just described the parts.
Right, so how do you get the whole out of the parts?
You put them together.
But what makes them one thing?
Who said it was?
You said it's a thing.
It is a thing.
So, so can I substitute the word a for one? If the character is a thing, can I say it's one thing? Is that a problem?
Is that a problem?
Yes.
It is if you're gonna follow that up with, but oh wait, there's many things that are collectively one thing. Just as though like all the
Is
planets.
that not true?
Sure, it's
There are
true.
many things that are collectively one thing.
But who's arguing with that? Not me.
I'm not. I'm simply asking for you to provide a simple account of that. I'm
Sure.
saying that it's not possible.
I said what's not possible?
I am claiming that it's very difficult to account for how that happened. If you're able to, I'd like to hear.
Okay. How about this?
Yo,
Are you familiar with
YouTube with a naked buddy?
Hey Tyler, do you want mute?
Sorry?
Sorry, go ahead.
Are you familiar with water?
Yes. Sorry?
Is water a thing? I'm just going to show you how silly this is. Of course, water is a thing.
Sure.
Of course, oxygen is a thing. Of course, oxygen is a thing. When you combine them in the right way, they turn into some other thing.
But how do you know that?
How do I know what?
Not how do you know that, but how does that happen? Like how is it that distinct molecules that are they're all separate things?
They were.
If we arrange them in certain patterns, we say that, oh, this water droplet and this water droplet, they're the same thing. Yes?
Not always, but go ahead.
Isn't that like strange to you?
No.
That we are no?
No.
Like the it's how we're defining things, right? Because if a thing is a discrete object, then how can this discrete object be the same thing as this discrete object?
Well, I told you with your water droplet examples, they're not necessarily the same. Sure, they might be comprised of hydrogen and oxygen in the same proportions, but one drop of rain could potentially include bacteria. The other one doesn't. So now you got other things in that thing. But yeah, everything's a thing, and even it like it's hard to stop breaking that.
Well,
I don't understand.
Hold on, Tyler. So I think we uncovered a distinction that shows why your question of is water a thing.
I didn't question that.
Didn't you ask me if water
No,
was? What did you ask me?
Then even that small things, and even that's smaller things. So to me, it's not mysterious or confusing.
You cut out a bit. Can you repeat that?
Oh yeah, sorry. If I keep cutting out, let me know. But if I refresh, I probably won't be able to get back in. No, I offered that as an example of a thing that's made up of smaller things, and it's really hard to stop. Once you do that, like even those H2O, like the H is made up of smaller things. We could talk about electrons and neutrons, and and then we could say what those are made of. So I mean, certainly things are made out of other things. I don't disagree with that.
But how? Look, there's something. Tell me if you share this intuition. There's something immaterial about the fact that we are able to say, oh yeah, this is a thing, but that I can move down and say, oh, it's comprised of these things. I can move down and say, oh, it's comprised of these things. But like that moving up and down, right? It seems, at least to my intuition, that there's you need something else
For what?
to account for our ability to move up and down the chain of things.
And remind me, I missed the part about moving up and down. What were you talking about?
Oh, the thing made of things made of things.
And there's something immaterial about things coming from other things?
The fact that we're able to perceive it at different levels. Right?
Level. Here you go with
Does that level language make sense? Right. So
no.
so you have the couch, and then you have the cushions and the legs and the back. And then
Sure.
you have the wood and the cotton and the thing, and then you keep going down. So that's what the level language is.
Okay. Parts that are made of smaller parts.
Yes.
And these parts that are up here are material parts that are made of smaller material parts, but to use something's immaterial about that, which is nonsensical to me.
Look, it may well be material.
Tell me something that isn't.
I mean, I think
Spirit.
no. Well, let's not use that word.
Yeah, I'm trolling.
Great example. Perfect.
Well,
You talk about wind again?
so I mean, I would say that this is hard because it gets into like conceptual categories. I'd almost say that the levels are immaterial.
But we agreed that the levels are made of material things.
No. We said that the things at the levels are made of material things.
Each level is made up of material things. So, like, at what point
No, not the levels. We said the things at the levels
are comprised of material things.
Right.
And
So that means that the fact that we agreed that the leg and the cushion and the back are on the same level, the level is not material. Well, the things are.
yeah, it's not material as though it's a shelf.
We could call it it's a conceptual category.
Okay, sure.
Right.
But what have we proven? Where does this get us?
Is that material? Is a conceptual category material?
A thought? No, I'll give you that. Like, I guess it's a thought that we have that's immaterial. Sure.
But is it real?
You tell me, because that's what I care. I don't care if it's material or not. I care if it's true.
It seems real to me. The fact that we can identify the couch, the leg, and the cushion at the same level. That seems to be how reality works.
Is it possible? Is it possible one of those items and put it on a level that's really not the level it should be?
Yes, then that would be false.
Then therefore, what does that tell you?
That tells you that you have made an error in where you put things in the levels. And
so therefore, the level is completely subjective to you, and it's not.
No, sorry. Repeat your first question again. I think I misunderstood it.
Well, you're saying, hey, look, the fact that we put everything on the same level, even though the things are material, are on the same level, and that level isn't material.
Look, so if you put cotton on the level of couch, leg, back, you would say, I would say, that's a mistake. You made a mistake.
Okay.
Because there's a reality to no, the cotton is on the level of the leg, the chair, the back. That's not how the object exists, right? So it's perfectly objective.
It's really not. But in the way that you described it, because what you thought was cotton could be some sort of polyester plastic hybrid, and so you made an error already by putting it on the shelf with other natural things.
But that's only because I misidentified the cotton by perceptual error. That's nothing wrong with the category.
So it's not necessarily objective, or you still think it is?
Look, you said, oh, I may have thought the cotton, or I may have mistaken polyester fiber for cotton, right? That's the same kind of error of thinking 1 + 1 = 3. I just made an error. There's nothing wrong with the math.
Oh, there is.
No,
There is.
no, there's nothing wrong with the math in the sense of, oh, well, it doesn't mean we throw away numbers. It
No.
just means that I've done the math wrong.
Yeah.
In the same way of, if I mistake cotton for polyester fiber,
Yeah.
I've simply looked wrong.
Yeah, you were false.
Right. So the categories still work, or the levels still work, just like the math still works.
All right, sure, yeah, and the level is non-material, but it's made up of material things. I still don't really get. I'm missing the bigger picture, Richard. What am I missing?
So you just admitted that there is an immaterial thing that exists, and it's
Oh,
real.
it's the idea of this level that you made up.
No, you said
No,
it was
you
real.
confirmed it.
You said it was real.
Oh, I was going with you that it's real in the sense that it's an idea that you have, or unless you meant that it's actually on the shelf, and then in which case it is real. This level
What,
that you,
what do you mean actually on the shelf?
like a material shelf on the wall. I mean, are we going to put the thing?
No, still, you just agreed with me that there's a couch on one level.
No, I didn't say that.
So why didn't you stop until I was wrong?
Oh, because I was trying to hear you out, but I don't. But then what I tried to push back on is that these levels are completely subjective, and you just made them up.
And you haven't proven that, because I said to you that if you put the cotton on the level of the leg, you've made an objective error. Just like if you said 1 + 1 = 3, you've made an objective error.
Says the person who made up the levels, and then made up what?
No, Sterling, the fact is that we can agree on the levels.
We don't, though, because I don't even know what levels you're talking about. We could make levels based off of color.
Sterling. So there's an infinite amount of levels, just like there's an infinite amount of numbers. That's not an objection.
Okay.
So I don't see how you've objected to the reality of the levels that I'm talking about.
Wait, are they real, or I thought they were?
They're real.
They're real, but they're immaterial.
Yes.
Okay, I don't have a problem with this fiction.
Did you call it a fiction? What?
Yes.
How is it a fiction?
Because they don't exist.
How?
Because they're immaterial.
Because there
You
are.
said they're real. So how do they not exist?
I don't believe that they're real in the sense that like you just made them up in your mind.
Well, Sterling, how are we able to agree that leg, back, cushion are on the same level if the level isn't real?
I don't agree. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But you do, because you see it as a couch.
Well,
yeah. You see it as a couch.
Yes.
And then you see the parts.
Yes.
What are the parts of a couch?
I couldn't name them all. They're infinite.
What are some of them?
Leather, wood, let's say cotton, but even then you can break them down into like elements, and you could break those down electrons. So to say,
look, so the fact that you said elements and then electrons, that points to the reality of levels.
No, that points to the reality of the material object that I just described.
Yeah, and the fact that scientists for 300 years have categorized elements,
Yeah.
molecules,
Yeah.
atoms, and now quarks. Those are levels.
You call them levels. I just call them different
But,
things.
but
They're just
well,
different things.
Not different parts, but
Different material.
so when you say different things,
Yeah.
so you're saying an element is a thing, an atom is a thing, a molecule is a thing,
Sure.
right? Can you point to look? Can you point to atom? Can you point to molecule?
I'm not sure where you're going with this, Richard.
What makes you say that this atom is the same as this atom? Is that these two things are the same thing?
I didn't say they were.
Yes, you did.
I said, what was you saying?
You said that atoms are a thing.
Yes.
And so I assumed that. Well, this is the two definitions of things again. Right? We have the category definition of thing, and we have the individual instance definition of thing. Right? So on the category level, you're agreeing that the individual instance of atom A is the same thing as individual instance of atom B. Yes. But then on the level of individual instance, you would say, no, they're not the same thing. Does that make sense?
No.
yeah, you lost me there as well.
Okay, sorry. So let me do this.
I'm going to use the restroom, but I'm listening. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So let me do it this way. A factory produces two identical cars. So there's a distinction in philosophy in this. Let me run the example. So you have a factory that produces two cars that are alike in the same way.
It produces what?
Two cars. They produce two cars that are the same.
No, they're not.
Materially, they're the same.
No, they're not.
They're the same in the sense that the same number of quarks are arranged in exactly the same way.
Then that's what's the same. Not the
Right.
car.
Right. So this is what I'm trying to get at. But there are two definitions of the word thing that we are working with here. And I agree with you, Sterling. That they're not the same.
Before you get there, I'm not in learning different definitions of the word thing. Okay? So I'm not.
No, Sterling, you have used these two definitions.
All right, well then go ahead and kick it to me.
Right? Okay. So because earlier you said that I said atoms are a thing, molecules are a thing, elements are a thing.
Yeah.
Right. That is the same as saying cars are a thing.
Yes, they are, but they're not the same thing. Don't
Right.
you get?
So that's two definitions of, because they are cars are a thing.
No, it's the
And
same.
so,
The word thing is the same. The only difference is we've interjected a different word, an adjective, which is same. Because once you add same thing, then it gives a whole different meaning and purpose.
so are two things ever the same thing?
If I said yes, where would we go from there?
All I'm proposing is that we are operating with two definitions.
An element.
Look, hold on.
An element of carbon. Okay, one carbon is the same as another carbon. So I'll agree that those two things are, let's say they're identical, right? Now what?
Well, so I'm simply saying yes, I agree, but then in another sense, they're not the same thing because they're two distinct objects.
Okay.
right? Okay, so now let's walk back, right? So when you say that the two carbon atoms are the same thing, right? That points to, so the two carbon atoms are the same thing. Carbon is an element, just as iron is an element. So elements are the same thing.
Iron, did you say iron's actually not an element?
It is an element. Fe.
Well, you
I forget
you have ferrous, and then you have sulfate. Those are two different.
Oh wait, am I screwing up my
Those are
words?
multiple different elements. That yeah.
Wait, what? Say that again. Sorry.
Ferrous sulfate is what we call iron. It's made up of multiple elements. It is not ferrous. Iron is not an element. That's the only correction I was.
I think I'm.
Fe.
Yeah, Fe, also known as iron.
Fe is ferrous. It's not iron.
Sorry, it's commonly known as iron.
No, it's not. That's ferrous sulfate. That's what's known as iron.
Okay, it's just I'm on Wikipedia. Iron is a chemical element with symbol Fe, Latin ferrum. So if you're speaking Latin, fine, but it's also known as iron. So to go back, carbon and iron are both elements. Well, hold on. So now we're working with two sorts of levels here, because we have the problem of identity, and then the problem of, that's interesting. Okay, so we've gone to a different place than I was before.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sorry. Hold on. Let me try and get us back, because this started with spirit, and the whole thing with spirit was trying to get at the reality of non-material things.
Yeah. That's where we started.
So there's two cases of immaterial things here, I would say. And there's two things that point to it. One is the case of the two carbon atoms, where we say they're the same thing.
Materials.
No, but they're the same. We said that they're the same thing.
The same material thing, yeah.
Right. So they're pointing to a reality above them.
No.
But you call it carbon.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. So let me just read that. So you have the carbon.
Listen, if two carbons are the same or if they're different, it doesn't matter. They're both material. We can see them like under the right situation. And
so here's how I can get it. Let's just say that there's a conceptual idea that is there's a
an idea. Carbon is a material.
No, but still, I agree with you that carbon is a thing, but there is also a conceptual idea that allows us to put the two individual instances of the carbon atom as being the same thing. There is nothing in the material universe that is telling you that those two carbon atoms are the same thing. You have what's the word? Imposed a conceptual schema, a conceptual thing.
Presupposition.
What's that?
Yeah, a presupposition.
Yeah. Well, sure. we'll call it a presupposition. That's not a good use of the word, but fine.
Okay.
You've imposed a conceptual presupposition on the two carbon atoms to say that they're the same thing. That conceptual schema is not material.
False. You're wrong.
Are you going to say that it's made up of the electricity in your brain?
No, what I was going to say is that I'm not claiming that the two carbon elements are the same. I'm proving it by showing it to you under a microscope.
But
I didn't just,
but nothing about the
Yeah.
nothing about the reality of the
everything,
look,
reality, everything about the reality of the structure of the carbon.
still
to another,
according to
compare them and say that they're the same, bro. What are you talking about?
okay. This is going to sound strange. Sameness is not material.
Of course it's not. Saying anything isn't material. What are you talking about?
No, sameness.
Sameness.
Oh yeah, things can be the same in material, or I guess they could.
No,
No.
sameness.
No.
Sorry.
No, the two carbon atoms have the same structure. They have whatever.
Right.
The material universe is not telling you they are the same.
Nobody's telling me they're the same. I observed under a microscope.
How do you communicate that? Like the microscope, well, the image under the microscope. How do you say that? Like,
have you never chemical
no,
structure?
I have. I know the chemical structure of.
Where'd they get them?
Look,
Where'd they get the from?
From the
Somebody
material.
tell it to them? Did they assume that it was the same as another carbon, or did they study two carbons and determine that they had the same structure?
Look, that determination.
The determination idea isn't material. Yes, I know, dude. So what?
So there's immaterial reality.
Hey, so ideas are immaterial. Sure, that doesn't prove that a spirit is.
I didn't say ideas.
But you're trying to back to.
I didn't say ideas were immaterial.
I'm
not saying it's all in your head.
I didn't say.
I didn't say either. I said I'm not saying it's all in your head.
I'm not saying that either. I'm saying you're trying to tie these two carbons back to an immaterial spirit, and I don't see how you're going to do it.
I don't see how you're getting sameness from material.
Oh my god, dude.
I don't see it. I don't see how you can provide a scientific material account for why two carbon atoms are the same, besides saying, oh, they have the same structure, they have the same arrangement.
Right.
You're gonna get sameness all the way down.
Yes.
That's
something the same.
So we're getting the parts problem. So you cannot account for sameness in a material frame. It's not possible.
Okay.
It's just,
okay. Sure. You're right. Even though, yeah, you're right.
But we would agree that. We would agree that sameness is in the world. Yes?
Sameness is what?
What's that, sir?
Sameness is what?
It's in the world. It's not just in my head.
But it's not carbons. In the world, it doesn't exist as carbon elements.
Say that again? Sorry.
You said sameness does exist. Sameness isn't in your head, but are you also saying that carbons cannot exhibit the same sameness?
No, I'm saying they do exhibit the same sameness, but I'm saying the sameness isn't material. Because I don't see how you can say it's material.
Point to a material property of carbon.
Say that again, sorry.
Tell me an immaterial property of carbon.
The arrangement.
The arrangement of what?
The arrangement is inherently immaterial.
It's material.
What was the question, sorry?
Look, okay, so let's put that aside because I have ideas on that are not fully fleshed out. So let's go with the sameness again. a property of carbon, which is a material, is the property that is the same as another carbon atom. That is an immaterial property.
If you're counting the number of electrons and you're comparing that to another carbon element, and you're comparing the number of electrons, you're saying that and where they are arranged in space, you're saying that's immaterial?
No, I'm saying that the fact that you
No facts are material, so you can stop right there, and I'll tell you that, yeah, sure.
sorry, well, sorry, fair
Oh,
enough.
Sterling, you're
fair
a lot of fun.
fair enough. I agree.
I'm glad you're having fun.
Yes, this is what I work for. So the arrangement.
Physical. Material is physical. Ideas and
Right, but
levels
still, there's something beyond the arrangement, right? I know you don't like that word beyond. I'm trying to find another word for it, but
no problem.
Okay, cool. Look. If we have two pictures, microscopic images of carbon atoms, right, side by side, right, and we're saying they have the same structure, I don't see where the sameness is in the structures themselves.
Okay.
And if we're saying that the structures are the things that are material, if the sameness can't be found in the structure, then the sameness can't be material.
Okay, let's say I agree with that. Now what?
Then the sameness is immaterial.
Okay, let's say I agree with that. Now what?
We're saying that sameness is a real property of reality.
Well, it's a concept that's not material.
No, we're saying it's real.
Okay,
sameness is real.
A real concept that's immaterial, sure.
But we're saying that the
of it being structurally similar is immaterial. I'm giving you that. Now what?
Okay, so now we're saying that there is immaterial parts to reality.
Sure, like concepts and ideas and fictional levels are immaterial. Yeah. So now what?
Are they real?
That's the better question.
I would say they're real. Therefore, reality is not exclusively material.
Okay. All right.
And Sterling, what would you say to that?
I would say it's irrelevant. It's just completely irrelevant. Like we just went down a rabbit hole and came back out the other side.
Yeah. So.
Every time I get started.
Hold on, Richard. Hold on, Richard.
Sorry. I thought you were just commenting.
I don't think you know that.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
It's all bollocks.
It's all bollocks. Ideas, concepts, anything immaterial.
Whether it's material, whether some things are material, some things are immaterial, the concept of those things are material or immaterial, none of that gets us un iota closer to whether a spirit is real.
So
all right.
So hold on, Tyler. Let me do. I'll make it quick.
Go on, Richard. Go one last one. I've got some questions to ask him from other people.
Okay. So we're saying the two carbon atoms are the same.
Sure.
Let's go way up.
Sure.
You have two companies that are equally the same.
No, they're not.
Let's say they are, for the sake of argument.
Okay.
But okay.
But please don't ask me if these two companies that are the same are the same. Like if that's what it's going to come to, like you just told me.
No, I'm saying that.
This is ultimately going to end up as like, are they the same? And you just told me they were.
No, I'm not asking are they the same. I'm asking, is the fact that
the fact immaterial.
No. I'm just asking for the intuition here.
Intuition, a
The,
reliable way to
the,
treat.
I agree, but it just because this is where the argument goes. Because it's easier to see here. So the companies are comprised of people moving in certain ways, right?
Oh, but
The-
they're the same people, right? Moving the exact same way, right? These companies.
Sure.
Okay,
Sure.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Does that not sound like what people describe as spirits, moving groups?
No.
It does to me.
Okay.
Spirit possesses a crowd of people. A spirit possesses the army to win battle. The spirit possesses the family to fight with hatred. Is that not how we use spiritual, the language of spirits?
You might use it that way, yeah. I'm not sure.
I would say most people, even
Is that
atheists.
No.
do
Well,
that.
hold on. Is that an appeal to popularity?
No, because you simply said, "Oh, people don't use it that way."
Right, you do.
So
And then you clarified that it was the majority. And I'm asking you, just because the majority of people believe something, does that mean it's true?
I'm not saying that it's true because the people are saying it. The argument I gave you was, you say, spirits don't exist.
I did not ever say that.
Okay, fair enough. That my mistake there. To those who say that spirits don't exist,
What about them?
the way that
Go ask
people,
them. Go ask those people. That's my answer.
Do are spirits real, Sterling? I'm asking you directly now.
Listen,
Are spirits real?
I lack a belief in spirits. Think about
do you think it's reasonable to believe in them?
I believe that the only time anything is reasonable to believe in it is once it's been demonstrated. Excuse me. Once it's been demonstrated to you, and you can demonstrate it to others.
So have I not potentially given at least a template
No,
for demonstrating?
not even close.
I think Sterling, I've been watching and observing, and I think Richard gave good. It made his point very clearly, and it gave like stories to go along with the point. And the role you played was, if I was being generous, I'll say you were sharpening Richard.
No, sure.
Yeah, I'll say you're sharpening Richard. Is better able to get his ideas out. If I was being ungenerous to you, I'll say you were being a dick at points. Just for the sake of being
I disagree. But
I don't. Yeah, this is all for me. But at the same time, I think I've enjoyed it. That's why I kept it going for as long, because there were people. Claire, what was your question again? Hold on, let me find it. Claire's been trying to get on to talk to you, and she says she can. I don't know, change your mind in a minute. Or so. But the question she asked, yeah, there it is. Does Sterling have any moral principles that are in harmony with the Noahide laws?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Does Sterling have any moral principles that are in harmony with the Noahide laws?
Do I have any moral
principles?
That are,
do you know what Noahide laws are?
I'm sure I do. I'm not sure. Maybe that's why I can't understand.
Yeah, sorry, Claire. It doesn't. So we'll move on from that. Richard, not Richard. Chad had the question of. Scroll back up. Yeah, can you explain seed transforming into a blade of grass, please?
Can I what?
Explain how a seed transforms into a blade of grass.
No.
Or seeds transform into blades of grass. Sorry.
We're not explaining that, but I'm sure a botanist could. Why?
Well, I think that.
Or biology because never explained how a seed transforms into a blade of grass.
I can't
That's
hear you.
his point. That's the point he's trying to make.
I couldn't hear what your point. What you say it again? Louder.
He said, or Chad said, a biology book has never explained how a seed transforms into blade of grass. That's the
Yeah.
claim. And
Read
I
about.
think it's pointing at the fact, the mystery and things.
It's not.
Richard,
Not the botany book. Like, get the right book. Find a botany book, and they'll spell it out for you.
I thought we don't just read things from books and believe it.
Say that again.
I thought we don't just read things from book and believe it. You have
No.
to use your own rationale to say, okay, does this make sense and whatnot.
Not your own rationality, but and the book can demonstrate it to you, and it can to where you can demonstrate it for yourself. You could observe it for yourself over a time period. You could see and prove to yourself how it transforms. You don't need me to tell you. And even if I told you, you shouldn't believe me. You should test it for yourself. And you're very testing this.
Yeah, I wish Chad was on to have the conversation with you, but he's not. Claire is still promoting Noahide laws, so we'll keep that going.
About the Noah. Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
I know
Noah
very
had-
little.
Yeah, Noah Haggai for there's a small set of laws in Judaism that apply to all people and not just the Israelites. And some people like Claire, propose that we should use that as a basis for secular society. So
But yeah, I've got questions about your morality and your personal morality that you built up for yourself, Sterling. Is that one that you would? I know you're not going to go around saying everyone should have the same moral principles that you hold on to, but you also hold on to them because you believe they are good, correct?
Well, no, I'm actually not holding any of them. Like I'm fluid and letting them go, and I'm constantly changing the compass, and it's a process. It's not solidified. It never.
Yeah, I do get a sense from you that you're in the deconstruction stage of faith and also things are, yeah. But I think at some point you're gonna have to start building things, and you can't keep seeing everything to be. Again, this is so presumptuous. I don't know you, but it comes from our interactions.
Don't say it.
No, I will, and now I'm willing to be corrected, so I'll say it. I don't mind being corrected. Being wrong, so I'll say.
Clearly.
No, yeah, clearly that's why I'm online. There's what's that fancy word? Hermeneutics of suspicion. What you've brought to the conversation, meaning it's like I'm not sure. Let's inspect that. Let's dive into it. Which I'm not. It's not. I think it's a good because you should like test every spirit to make sure they're right. So I think that's the role you've been playing today, from where I see it anyway. But I think for your own sake, at some point you're gonna have to build up morality that you can stand on. But again, that's your life to live.
And you know what I would say, and you just triggered. But be honest, just
triggered. Sorry, you're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah. I was making a joke about how triggered I am right now.
Oh.
But it is very offensive, and it is very dismissive, and it is very arrogant to assume that any moral compass other than your own, which isn't really your own because you said that somebody gave it to you in a book that you got from another book and blah 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 blah, that makes you on more solid ground than I am.
Oh no. Sorry, I'll let you land.
I can in fact point to it. I don't know what your are, but for example, if you want to believe in the Old Testament and maybe even the New, I could certainly point to not ways that I feel like I get my moral compass from Scripture, but in fact, I can show you ways where I believe, and I can try to explain to you why I believe that my moral compass is superior to that of the Old Testament.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm sure you can, but fundamentally, I think rationality is prone to bullshit. I can use rationality to bullshit myself very easily.
I can say the same thing about the Old Testament and Moses.
That's that.
Where does that
say the same thing being what? Sorry.
You can say the same thing about the Torah, the Old Testament. I mean, that's not productive, though. Where does that get us? If you say, hey, you're the way you're thinking lends itself to bullshit.
No, I'm not saying the way you're thinking. Not this is not a Sterling specific comment. That's a rationality specific
But
comment.
it applies to me. Yeah.
I use rationality as well. So I'm like, there's probably more projection in that statement than than to you. Chad, can you jump in, please? I thought you had admin privilege, Chad. Sorry. We need the armor back. Yeah. So that when I say the rationality is prone to bullshit,
I'll say so is the Old Testament. And I would say so is the Old Testament. Now what?
Yeah, because you have to use rationality to engage with scripture as well. This you're taking it personally when it wasn't intended as such.
No,
but I think that's because rationality is you put that very.
Yeah. I think that you perceive it that way because you believe in the Old Testament and it lends itself to a bunch of bullshit.
You've not really asked me what I believe. I've been asking you about what you believe. So you've made a lot of presumption about the things that I believe.
No, I haven't made any.
Okay, but this is not where I wanted to go with the conversation. I wanted to get more into your story because that's more interesting to me than.
So you want to know about me, or you want me to ask you about your belief? I'm confused.
If I'm willing to answer any questions you want to ask, but I want to ask you questions. I don't think you want to ask me questions.
I don't. But I do. I like you asking me questions. Feel free.
Yes, that's why I thought. Yeah. So I guess my question is, firstly, what was there a triggering point for the deconstruction? Was there something was there a egg that you thought, oh, this was a good egg, and like then it turned out to be rotten, and then that made you question all the other eggs? Did that make sense? That question makes sense.
Absolutely, it's a good question, and yeah, absolutely. I had a really bad experience in my church, and I was actually molested, and I think that's why. No, that's the answer people want me to say, but no, there was no.
You lost me. I'm molested. I was following you, and then you said molested, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, but my point, and it's not a joke about that, but my point is that it would be very easy and convenient if I had some sort of bad experience. But the fact of the matter is I didn't. It's a great question, but basically, the short version of it, once I moved out of my parents' house, I was able to think and speak freely. So once I went to college, I was about 18 or 19. I started asking questions and talking, and those asking questions and talking.
What did you do at college?
I'm sorry?
What did you study at college, at university?
Oh gosh, a lot of all kinds of things. Mostly biology and chemistry. But anyway, to finish my answer there, yes, I started thinking about things, and I started examining whether or not I had a good reason, whether I was justified to believe the things that I believed, and it was just slowly, piece by piece, just, you know what? I don't think that I have good reason to believe that, even though I'll have my whole life, and even though it hurts me to reconsider it, and even though it's gonna separate me from all my friends and family when they find out.
I respect anyone that's willing to go against the grain and not just trying to or think for themselves. But at the same time, I think that's a slippery slope into arrogance and pride that I'm wary of.
And you're not weary of the slippery slope of what your parents believe and what the rabbi tells you and what the book says. That's not a slippery slope.
Again, because you've not asked me any questions, you don't know whether I'm holding on to my parents' belief or I've moved away from their beliefs.
I just asked you.
I'm wary of my parents' belief. Yes, to answer your question.
Okay, so don't you think? So don't you think
what are my parents' beliefs?
Sorry.
Do you know what my parents' beliefs are?
You're asking me?
Yeah, because you're making assumptions. I'm trying to point out how you're making assumptions about my beliefs.
When you ask,
but to answer your questions, no, the
question is not.
I am actually more religious than my parents are, if you can believe that, because
mine too.
Their belief is more secular. They're way more secular than I am, and I am skeptical of the belief of secularity.
Right. Yep. You don't believe in your own ability to form a moral compass. You'd rather someone give it to you.
No.
That's a straw man of what it means to be religious. I can see how you get there.
Logic.
You say logic.
Yeah.
Yeah, logic is not infallible.
You're gonna need some presuppositions at some point.
I'm sorry?
You're gonna need some presuppositions at some point.
For what? Why do I need presuppositions?
Because logic won't get you
Huh?
anything. Logic won't get you anything really without presuppositions.
Presuppositions will get you somewhere logic won't.
You won't get anywhere without them.
Why do I need them? And if I haven't used them, how have I gotten to this point in my life?
Because you have.
What are they?
I don't know. I
And
just
how do
know
you know
you
I
have.
got them?
Yeah, that's how the world works.
Huh?
That's how the world works. If you look, you run into the same problem we ran into earlier, which is infinite regression. You can't endlessly justify everything. You can't endlessly apply logic to everything.
I didn't say you could.
So what would you say? Because how I interpreted that is you need presuppositions at the bottom to allow the logic to build on top.
I'm still wondering what my presuppositions are that you told me I had.
I don't know what they are. I know
So
that.
I might not have them.
No, look, I know you have a heart. I may not know what size your heart is, but I know you have a heart.
We're not talking about hearts. We're talking about presuppositions.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, just because I don't know what they are, doesn't mean I don't know that you have them.
Can a person survive without presuppositions?
No.
Well, look, it depends on what you mean by presuppositions, because of
You told
course.
me I was going to need them eventually, so your words in that case. I don't know what you mean.
So what I guess what I mean is, you have, and everyone has, beliefs that are not able to be logically justified.
Yeah, and I told you that I consider them rotten eggs in my brain, and I'm trying to get rid of them. You're leaning on like a crutch.
I mean, so what's something you consider morally wrong?
Drowning innocent babies.
Okay, so why do you think drowning babies is wrong?
Do I have to explain to you why it's wrong to drown? Is that what you're asking?
That seems like a presupposition. If you're not going to, that's why I'm asking you.
No, it's not a presupposition. It's just my opinion. Although subjective, my moral compass is subjective. It's my opinion that to kill and murder and drown an innocent baby is wrong because it conflicts with my moral compass that I already explained is based off of a do no. And if you drown babies, you're doing harm.
So you said that you base your morality on doing no harm unto others. Can you logically justify that?
I don't have to logically justify what I base mine off of. You could ask me, like, you could present situations where it might not work and it might not point me in the same way, but you're asking me to justify what I base mine off of. Is that the question?
But isn't that what a presupposition is?
No, a presupposition is if you go into it believing it willy-nilly without any evidence, kind of like faith.
That's not at all what a presupposition is. Let me just read the dictionary definition.
Oh, please do.
Presupposition, a thing tacitly assumed beforehand at the beginning of a line of arguments or
Dude,
course of action.
That's literally what I said, dude. Why are y'all trying to argue with me over things like that's literally, I mean, like, to paraphrase it, that is what I said.
No, a thing assumed beforehand.
That's what I said. I said it's something you come into an opinion with like this. You come into an argument with this opinion that you formed willy-nilly that isn't based on truth.
Not willy-nilly. So you're saying that a presupposition isn't based on truth.
Exactly. Would read the definition
So,
again.
Sterling,
Sterling.
what about I should not, or how did you phrase it again? I don't do harm unto others. What about that is based on truth?
What are you talking? First, you wanted me to justify it morally, and now you want me to base it on truth.
Yes,
Look,
because
The
I'm calling.
thesis is he's saying that statement of do no harm has a lot of presuppositions in it.
no, it doesn't.
Well, if you're calling it an opinion,
Yeah,
opinions have nothing to do with logic.
I just said it's a subjective morality, bro.
Right. So you said that logic is what guides you. Yes. Is that true? Does logic guide you?
To what? Guide me to what?
To your morality.
I don't know. In what context were you using logic before? That's what I thought you were saying, that it just guides you in a general sense.
Oh yeah, that's why you're there, because he said logic went to
A certain conclusion. It didn't form my moral compass, but it might influence me on what I believe is true or false.
So, do your opinions also? So, would you say your opinions are your moral compass, or that they form your moral, or that?
I would say that logic and the scientific method help me form conclusions that are, at the end of the day, personal and unique to me, because they are my own that I've built off of logic and reason and observations.
Right, but so logic, reason, observation, and your opinions, right?
So, reason and observations formulate my opinion.
So you developed the opinion
And beforehand, like you, who has presuppositions that you're very proud of. What I'm saying is, I try to go into
what presuppositions?
Hold on.
What presuppositions am I proud of? So,
dude, please don't do this. You just told me that I was.
okay,
No,
I'm
that
sorry.
was-
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was.
Told me I was
just,
need them, and now you're trying to like, why do I need them, and what do I like? You told me I need them, and now you're acting like you don't need them. Like, what's
no,
going on?
no.
Do you
no,
agree that you need them?
I have presuppositions. You just said I'm proud of them.
Are you?
So I don't know what.
Alan, do you agree that you need
What I
them?
mean by that is you're not actively trying to get rid of them like rotten eggs in your brain, the way I described it.
No, but that's because I believe they're
You're leaning on them.
necessary.
Right, you're leaning on. You're proud of. You want
no,
to.
No, look,
like-
am I proud of pooping?
Yeah.
I am.
But wait,
yeah, because
I presuppose that you are.
Okay, so let's go back. Okay. Your opinions. So, this is what I was going to ask you. Your observations inform your opinions. Yes.
Yeah, they help me to settle on an opinion. Sure, that could be like, as far as morality. Sure.
But you can't be right or wrong about your opinions, right?
Well, that's why I call it a subjective.
Right, because your opinion. Interesting. Well, I don't want to be cheeky. Hey, that's interesting. Because maybe so. You have questioned my framework for this. So the opinions are formed by observation. That's interesting. What? Huh. It seems cheeky and honestly a bit dishonest to ask this, but so feel free to not answer it. But why do you form your opinions by your observation?
Because what else would you? Because I believe that I'm on more solid ground by doing that than believing some story I read in a book.
And you believe that by observation, presumably?
Right, because like I feel like I can demonstrate my actions and I can demonstrate how they like cause harm, and then I can show you how that's bad for me and society and you and everyone around. So it's very straightforward, as opposed to saying, "Hey, look, I don't like all these demonstrations that you're showing. I feel much better if some old white guy with a gray beard in the clouds came down
Sure.
off the mountain and told me that's what I want. I want someone to just tell me, somebody buy me a compass, please. Can somebody take me to Walmart and buy me a compass? Because I don't really feel like putting this all together myself."
So hold on, let me get this straight. So, let me parse this out. So I asked you, why do you let your observations inform your opinions? And then you said that it's because I have this other opinion.
No.
So no, you said it's because I don't I believe that I am a more
I didn't say any of that.
hold on. I think this is what you said, and maybe this is an opinion. So please allow me to
make
say it. And no, please correct it if I'm wrong. But
don't worry.
Okay, sounds good. You said that you believe that you are better.
Nope.
Okay, please just if
Yeah,
you would.
I said that I could show you examples if you believe in the Old Testament, to where, for example, I believe that my moral compass that I created for myself subjectively,
True.
based off of observations,
True.
is, and by my opinion, morally superior to that of the Old Testament. And I already worked in the example while you weren't.
But
I already worked in the example while you weren't looking about the drowning babies. So if you want to go there, I've already planted that seed. And I can show you how that seed sprouts into a grassling.
Well, so what do you make of the common argument that that people who critique some parts of the Bible are just using other parts of the Bible to critique it?
Is that a common argument? Is that what you said?
Yes. So some would say that, before the advent of Christianity, you would find exceptions of certain philosophies, but most major worldviews would be perfectly fine with the kind of war and child sacrifice and angry God that is portrayed in the Old Testament, and that the only reason why you specifically have a problem with the Old Testament is because of the values of other parts of the Old Testament and parts of the New Testament that have informed your moral abhorrence of those parts of the Bible.
Dude, it was probably hard for you to get all those words out, because
I can say it again if you want to.
All right, please.
More concise.
Right, go ahead. Go ahead.
So basically, when you critique the parts of the Bible you think are morally wrong, you are using other parts of the Bible to base your morality on.
No, I'm not. Why would you say that when it's just
because where else would you have gotten them besides the Bible?
What you can't accept is that I certainly.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
That I am capable of forming my own moral compass.
Right. So if you were born in India and you have no exposure to Christianity at all, would you have the same moral compass? You have the same views, you have the same DNA.
Yes, and let me tell you why.
Okay.
because my moral compass is not based off of what, and that's a great question. It does not change based off of what country I was born in. It does not change based off of what color my skin is. It does not change based off of how much money my parents got for my education.
I call bullshit.
Hold on, because doing no harm is universal. It can be applied to every religion and race and creed and nation and city and state and jungle. Now, we all won't agree as what that harm is, which is why it's subjective. But that doesn't mean that you're on sand just because all Israelites agreed that this message was passed down, which, by the way, they don't. So my point is just that it doesn't make you weak to say that you formulated it on your own.
Well, I mean, you just said that all of the world religions believe that. So
Huh?
when you said that all of the world religions believe that. No, you said every tribe and every is what you
I
said.
was just saying if
Right.
you do, that doesn't. I'm saying if a certain,
So let's say you were born in Sparta in 300 when would it be, like 400 BC,
Okay.
and you were in the training camp since you were 10 years old.
Okay.
You're not gonna learn don't harm others. You're going to learn train as hard as you can, serve your country so that we can spread our empire by leading and dominating other nations.
I'm
Is
sorry,
that
what's the question?
is that not the case? That if you were born in Sparta in 300 BC, that you wouldn't?
You could begin to formulate an idea of what it would be like for me to live in Sparta. You know what I mean? But the point of it is this. Let me ask you, what about you then? What if you were born in Pakistan?
Of course I wouldn't be a Christian.
So it's
okay. So still, what does that say about the validity of my beliefs?
It's dependent on where you were born, and not rather opposed to whether it's true or not.
Hold on. The validity of my beliefs is dependent on where I was born.
No. The
validity.
The beliefs themselves, what you believe, is
sure. The beliefs themselves,
right?
But not the validity. Well, nothing about the validity of my belief is affected by where I'm born.
Yeah, the beliefs that you have.
That's a genetic fallacy.
Huh?
That's a fallacy.
Which one?
Saying that where I was born affects whether or not my beliefs are true or not.
I didn't say that. I just said that your beliefs would be different based off of where you were born.
Okay, and
mine aren't, because I'm basing it off of doing no harm. Don't you get it?
No, they would be different. They would be different because there are many cultures.
Huh?
There are many cultures where violence, war is normal, and the modus operandi.
That's our culture. Like, I mean, that's the country.
And Mongolia and Greece and Rome and some Native American tribes and some African tribes. It's not universal.
No, listen to me, bro. But if you can apply the concept universally, and you don't have to be born into it, because anybody can grasp the point of what is damage, of what is pain, of what is harm. We've all experienced it, and we all know that we didn't like it. And so this principle can be applied to every corner of the world, and it isn't dependent on your parents or your country. As a matter of fact, you're on much more solid ground.
I mean, isn't preaching that Christ died and rose again to forgive our sins just as universal?
It's like, no.
Yes.
No, many people die and never haven't heard the word. What are you talking about? And you just said,
but in principle, it's just as universal a message.
Huh?
It's just as universal a message. People would resonate with that all over the world.
No, people in many countries all over the world have never even heard of Jesus, and they have other religions. So what's your point?
So in that sense, it's not universal.
In the literal sense, yeah, it's not universal.
Well, no, sorry, I thought you meant like the palatability of the belief. Sure.
Look, you don't need a book. You don't need scripture. You don't need a guide. You don't need a religion to know what harm is. And so that's what I'm saying is universal about
Well,
But it's very subjective, like you also said, Sterling.
say that again.
It's very subjective. Like
Oh,
you also
but the Bible's not, because everyone agrees with what
no,
Bible.
that's not what he
no
said.
one,
at all.
no one made anything about the Bible apart from me. I said your belief is subjective.
All right,
Can you,
the
can
very
you
good
agree?
thing
Can
I
you say yes? Just say yes.
I said
But
it,
but Stilling would say that the subject that subjective opinion is common amongst all people. In the
Yeah.
world.
Yeah. My next question was going to be, are you able to imagine a person who, like you, is also trying to put together their moral beliefs, and the rationally decides, oh wait, this Christian belief is the most rational belief? Or can you imagine that? Or would you say that person is just subjecting themselves to the book?
Deception.
only way to determine whether it's morally good or bad would be to weigh the consequences of that action and determine if there was harm that was caused. Now, as opposed to people will try to determine whether something is morally good or bankrupt based off of how they interpret, which, by the way, lends itself to subjectivity of the scripture.
Yep.
So there's subjectivity in yours and mine.
Yep.
But I just feel like mine is a little more firmer because I've developed it, thought about it, can explain it, can demonstrate it. Whereas religious,
Hello there.
Do you believe yours is more firmer for you, or for just more firmer for?
what I was gonna say before you guys interrupted was that I feel like to having developed it myself and thought about it, even right now, talking about it with you guys and working on it constantly,
Sure.
puts me on firmer ground than to say, hey, look, forget about all that. Here's what this book says.
Now, let's be clear that that's not at all how religion works. Me
Sure,
and Tyler are constantly working on
no, but
our
you're
frame
working.
of how we understand the
You're working
scriptures, of
in
how we
the scripture. You're not
interact
working
with others.
on own moral compass. You're
Yes, I am.
and remember,
Because still, we agreed that my moral compass is distinct from the book. I have my own moral compass
then why do you need the book?
because I consider it a firmer foundation than your rationality, logic, experience, opinions.
Yeah,
Oh,
quite frankly, Sterling, speaking for myself, I trust the book more than I trust myself.
okay, well that's silly.
Yeah,
Why? Why?
I
Why is
think
it silly?
Book can't be demonstrated, and the things that you believe could be potentially.
Why does it have to demonstrate it? What do you mean by
I told you that
how do you demonstrate
the time
moral principles?
once it's been demonstrated to you, and you can demonstrate to others. So that's why it's important.
Say that again, sorry.
What the demonstration is important because that's when you should choose to believe something, not before. Once it's been demonstrated to you and you can demonstrate it to others, that's when you should feel confident and solid saying that you believe something.
Tyler, do you want to jump in?
yeah, I actually don't disagree, but I will frame it differently. I like your framing of fruits, judging let's call the moral principle by the fruits that they bear. And I guess the question I was asking is it possible that there's a moral system outside of myself that bears better fruits? And
Yeah,
my logical answer that I came to
yeah.
this was yes, and why I have subjected myself to the Christian tradition.
You're boxing yourself into it.
Subjecting myself to the Christian tradition.
You're
I'm giving the Christian tradition authority
closing yourself
over.
off, to all other logic and reason.
No, actually,
Nope.
if it was close enough, then I would not be subject. Like, one of the things that makes me subject myself to it is the fact that it opens me up to
So-
reality, to
or you-
participate in reality in a true way. But these are all Christianese language that you're actually, you probably do understand because you grew up in Christian
No, go ahead,
tradition.
quote me and tell me what I don't understand. Though that's fine.
That was a diss on myself, saying I'm getting too insular with my terminologies, not at your ability to understand what I'm saying. But the point I'm making is you're saying that you trust yourself more than, I'm just getting understanding, you trust yourself more than any other authority figure to build your own morality. Now, I presume that's because you have been subjected to other moral authority that you find to be inefficient?
Drowning babies.
Hmm?
Like drowning babies, yeah.
Is that a reference to
The Great Flood.
child baptism? I don't know.
The Great Flood.
Oh, the Great Flood. Got you. Yes.
Okay.
That actually proves Richard's earlier point that you were using the Bible to judge the Bible, but we'll leave that to the side.
Of course, I'm using the words to judge it. Like, what else am I going to use? It's the stories they told me. It's in the book. But of course, I'm going to read it and judge it.
How old were you when you left the faith?
I already was 18 or 19 when I went to college, and it just
18 or 19. Sorry, bad memory.
Yeah.
I saw my name. Someone says Stalin and Richard have the exact same glasses, and now I can't unsee that.
This is actually not my face or my glasses. This is my friend who got locked up. His name's Wildheart, so I just used his picture. That's not me.
You and your friend and Richard have the same glasses.
Okay, yeah.
Still pretty funny. Are you comfortable showing your face? Because I feel like you've been on.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm just kind of laying down. Let me get up. You want to see my face? Here we go. I don't blame you.
Hi, Sterling. Thank you for doing this, by the way. This has been. I have enjoyed this.
Have you?
I really have been. I generally see it as you're giving Richard and I, because we're the two people talking to you at the moment, a chance to be able to vocalize what we believe better, and I think that's a good thing, because if we're not getting resistant to our faith, this little community could just become very insular, and we're just
an echo chamber.
We don't need that. That's the last thing we need. Internet has enough echo chambers going on.
Cheers, guys. Thanks for having me.
See you.
Richard, that was brilliant. Thank you for that. What time is it over there? Because if Jacob was there, they would have kicked you off to go to bed right
now. My sleep schedule is flipped right now. I woke up at 8 p.m. So yeah.
All right. So you're still
yeah.
Woke up at 8 p.m. Wow.
Yes. So that is a problem, but I'll survive. So. Yeah, that is fun. Sorry, I didn't like. I felt like I dominated a bit. So sorry.
Yeah, but I enjoyed that. I took a step back because you were engaging him and he was following what you were saying. So that's a good.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, that is good. That's good.
How do I end the stream? Because
Oh, let's see. I think we just both leave.
And that will end it. Okay.
All right.
Thanks everyone for participating. Peace.